my God, we gotta go. We're gonna be so late.
Mike's gonna kill us.
Hey, I need to see your credentials.
No, oh my God, what are you doing? I need him. Like, he's my only hope.
All right, I'm letting you off with a warning this time, but I'm watching you guys. Okay?
I didn't do anything.
Watch.
Do I need to call an attorney?
Yes, at this point, you might need one.
Hi, everyone. This is Carly King.
Hi, everybody.
And I'm your Master of Ceremonies, David Longwater.
Yes.
We just flew in, and boy, are our arms sore. No, seriously, I think he dislocated my arm.
He did, I saw it.
We are so happy to see you here at ICCC 2023, year number 5. Are you guys excited to be here? Have you already bought a bunch of toys? Who has any money left? It got quiet.
Not me. I don't have any left.
I would like to introduce something very special for you now. The founder and creator of ICCC, Mr. Michael Havens.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Very excited to have you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What do you think of the new venue? Not bad, huh? We're going to be able to grow here for a few years, so I'm very excited. Thank you for supporting us. If you've been here since 2018, when we had a dirt floor, thank you very much. If you're just coming this year, thanks for joining the club. Dave, you getting into trouble out there? I just saw that.
Would you have bailed me out?
Not again.
I guess I owe you this time.
You got it. Yeah. We take credit here. Don't worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Michael Havens. Michael will be out and about all day long, all weekend long, so if you see him, give him away, but he'll probably be running really fast.
Thank you, yeah.
Carly will be joining us on our live stream, so hello to everybody watching at home on the live stream.
Hi,
We're sorry
everybody.
you couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Carly will be your host all weekend long, so please join with us. We can't wait. We have some fantastic content. So with no further ado, let's get right into it. I'd like to introduce our sensational panel host who's back with us 5 years in a row, Mr. Kevin Lyle.
Hey, Kevin. Come on out, buddy.
Woo!
Am I on? You sound like you're on. And who you're all waiting to see with bated breath, Mr. Jim Swearingen.
Hey, Jim.
Good morning. Good morning.
We will leave you two to it. Enjoy.
Nice to see you guys.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thank you, man. And you see you. How y'all doing today? Now, is this the first panel? There was panels yesterday,
Nope.
but this is the first. Were there panels yesterday? Were any of them good? Any of them sound this good? No. So you guys are lucky. You're in for a treat because we did how Star Wars, how the toy collecting phenomenon began. Is that? Oh, there it is, right there. Cool. That's cool. So you can see it. We did this in London. That's actually the same exact. Yeah, the collector's track. So we did this in London last month, and so we're calling it the London Revival. Is that correct?
Something like that. Yeah. It's a little different because some people have been to panels that I've done before the last 4 years. So we thought we'd do it a little different. Kevin's going to kind of lead the conversation, and there's some old slides, new slides. So we'll just talk, and it's he can elicit, questions.
Awesome humor. Oh, I thought.
Yes.
You meant awesome.
Awesomeness. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the added thing is that you guys will get our American joke references, and also we're not tired. You're tired when you fly to London, right?
Yeah. Well, 39,000 people. It was a big. They weren't all seeing us, but.
And we had to compete with you. How many of you guys are familiar with Celebration? Right, and they have the live stage with 6,000 people screaming for Mark Hamill, and we had to compete against that. We had a room like this, and on the other side of a wall like this, nothing really strong. There was 6,000 people screaming, and it was terrible. But it's going to be much better here.
Yes.
So let's get started. Here we go. So was it in '76 or was it in '77? In the early months of '77, you started hearing the rumblings of something.
Yeah.
And you could take it from there.
Well, yeah, I'd heard early rumblings because I was a geek, kind of, and I subscribed to Starlog magazine, and they had a 4-paragraph article in the November issue of Starlog talking about George Lucas and 20th Century Fox doing a movie called Star Wars. So I read that. I'd seen THX 1130 when I was in college and American Graffiti. So I was kind of, oh, that's interesting. Here's my, THX was a favorite back in college. So now I was reading about the new movie. I had no idea that while I was working at Kenner, it would show up. So I think this is where I worked.
Now, this is the famous Kroger building in Cincinnati. It's still there, right?
Yep. That arrow above the E is approximately where my office was. I had a cubicle on the 11th floor, and I was just working away on $6 Million Man and stuff like that. And we had.
You quickly passed $6 Million Man, but for those of you who are 48 plus, you probably remember that doll with the roll-up arm and you see through the eye. And whose idea was that?
Mine was the eye.
Right.
I gave him his eye, which I hear is very popular. It was reprised again,
And so this is 1977. How long had you guys been in that building?
We moved in 72, 70. Well,
Right.
I worked in the old buildings, which are now been torn down. But yeah, it was before.
Oh, we have a Cincinnati historian in the audience. Oh, we do. Oh my God, I didn't realize it was you.
Yeah,
It's a historian for Kenner.
I think they moved into the new building while I was still finishing college in 72. So somewhere. Oh, did you? Yeah.
Do you want to introduce him just so the audience?
That's
will know?
Tim Effler. He's on at 5. He has his own.
We're opening the show today, and he's going to close it. But what happened to our slide? There we go.
Okay,
And there
so-
are these guys.
This is, I added this last year and I had a moment with it. This is the team of people that were preliminary design. Dave Okada's not there in that picture, and Don England was the director of ID. But these are the people that worked with me, and it was a really collaborative place. It was really a fun place to work because we're always looking for fun new ideas. But I also tell people that half of these people have passed on. Most recently, over in the corner on, I don't know which side, it's over there, is Mark Boudreau. He just passed away at 68 years old. He was the longest continuous designer of Star Wars toys. He came as a co-op in the late 1977 and worked on almost every Millennium Falcon that Kenner and Hasbro put out. It was sad to see him go because he was way too young and was a real talent. So he just recently went, but most of these people, there are now, I think, 6 people still left in this picture that are still alive.
And if you want to find Jim in the picture, just look for the 70s mustache. That is,
Yeah.
that is the most 70s. I mean, Tom Selleck would be jealous of that thing. Look at that thing.
And I had hair.
And there we go. We were talking about the
$6
$6 million man. Got a little ahead of ourselves, I guess.
Yeah.
And moving right along, what do we have here? November
Okay, so
1976.
This is the Starlog magazine. November, I was reading this, and it was just 4 paragraphs. And then it was, months later, in February. I think the next slide is, okay. This is what happened in February. Dave Okada and the marketing people from Kenner were given a glimpse of some clips of the movie, a script, and a book of black and white photographs from the first movie, and at Toy Fair, February. And they brought him back, and Dave Okada said, "Who wants to read the script for this thing called Star Wars?" And luckily, I was closest to the door, because it was basically, he walked in and said, "We have this script for Star Wars," and I was on it immediately. I took it home, I read the script, looked through the black and white photographs, and we had a snapshot of an X-Wing and a TIE Fighter. And I'm reading the script, and I'm just imagining myself as a 7-year-old kid. And what would I want to do? It's like, we don't see any movie. We're not looking at anything other than the few photographs. And I'm imagining the dog fights that I would have with my X-Wing and TIE Fighter.
Was this the complete script, stage direction, notes, and all that?
I don't know. I don't, someone borrowed my copy.
Borrowed? Yeah. Can I come to your house and borrow some Star Wars stuff from back then?
I had a copy of it for a very long time, and the black and white photographs. They came in a little ring binder with just in a binder, and it was in my office somewhere. And somewhere along the lines, I lost contact with it. So, but that's what I did. I went home, read its script, came back, and literally gave it back to David and said, "Go in your office and shut the door for a couple hours. This is going to be a toy line. There's a toy on almost every page." So he followed an instruction. He went in and read the script and came back out and said, I think you're right. We have something here." Meantime, at that point in time, although their recollection is a little different, the marketing people were still under the impression that the same as the other companies that turned them down, Mattel, Hasbro, Fisher Price, Ideal, even Mego had turned it down because they knew that if you're reading something in February, you'd have a year before you could have product on the shelf, because that's just the 52
And the movie's
weeks.
coming out in 2 months.
Yeah, and it was coming out in May. So it was a movie that could be in and out of the theater in 4 weeks, let alone 12 months. And it was science fiction, which had been screwed up, pardon the expression, but Star Trek licensing at Paramount had just screwed science fiction with crap. Sorry, if anybody's from, but they did. My favorite was a yellow helmet with a beanie, a light bulb on the top that spun around. Made no sense. So everybody's going, movie, Star Trek, I don't know, and Star Trek was off the air by that point. So, and we knew it was 52-week schedule, so they were turning it down. Now our marketing people were going, okay, we said we want to do this, so we kept every week we would make presentations about toy lines, including Star Wars. So that next slide, this is how we started.
Now explain, this is important here. Explain, what are these drawings and who did them?
Okay, I did these drawings. I'm still looking for a better picture of it, but this is black and white.
A better picture?
line
You know how
drawing.
much that thing would be worth right now?
I know, I wish I,
Thousands.
another thing that disappeared, but just line drawings and then the marker rendering. They used to be in color. And the same thing for the X-Wing and TIE Fighter. We did these boards and kept presenting. Here we can do action. I want to do the X-Wing. I'm always asked, that's my favorite one. I want to do an X-Wing, so I can't do an X-Wing for a 12-inch figure like G.I. Joe or $6 Million Man. So it's like, we're talking a price. We talk about price points. This is $14.99 at retail, so we were limited in how big it could be. So
Now the cool thing about the X-Wing, as we probably all remember, is that little R2-D2, you push his head down and the S-foils open, the wings open up.
Yeah.
That was your idea.
well, yeah, me and the engineers helped. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a pretty.
I was not me per se, but
No, that's not how you do it, man. You
Well-
get the credit.
well, you can
you,
say,
Jim.
I did, but we had some engineers and model makers that helped. We had a really talented group. So if I could say I want to push on the R2-D2 and I want the wings to open, they would say, "Oh, okay."
So yeah,
Or you're
so
nuts.
it is your idea, because there's this guy last night who had a room sale in my hotel, and he had a bunch of those X-Wings on the bed.
The one that
And then you came by, they took a picture of you, and now this guy's signing autographs in the main hall. People are like, "Oh my God, you're the guy with Jim Swearingen on your bed with the X-Wings." It was hilarious.
yeah.
So first to go back, you did these drawings, and this is the first
Yeah.
stage. You do the drawings, and then you come up with, like, what would
That.
you call these maquettes?
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah, basically.
Prototypes?
Well, we did, in between this, we went out to 20th Century Fox to tell them, to kind of convince them that Kenner, this little toy company that had one action figure, the $6 Million Man, that we could pull this off and do it in a timely manner. So we went out, Dave O'Connor and I went out and presented to Alan Ladd and the people at 20th Century Fox, showing a line of drawings and stuff. That at one point the X-Wing drawing was animated, so its wings opened, and the TIE Fighter, the panel popped off and all that stuff. So it was started out on paper, there were no computers at this point, so it's all paper. And then we came back as we moved along. Then the next step in the process was to mock these things up in 3D. And that's where the Fisher-Price Adventure people helped. I needed.
They helped, or you just bought them and brought them back to your place without asking?
Yeah. Well, they helped because I didn't have to.
Unknowingly and unwillingly helped their biggest competitor. Okay.
I brought them back, and with the skill of my X-Acto knife skills and some body putty and stuff and some paint, started mocking up the figures so that we could show them 3D.
Which of these did you make? Did you make all of them or most of them? Or?
The model shop did R2D2. I modeled the rest of them with help from Dave. Okada gave up his sock to do the Jawa cape. But most of it, like everybody, but Princess Leia started as a nurse, and Darth Vader was a fireman, and the rest of them were either lumberjacks or.
Did you
fishermen.
do Vader?
I did all the other ones.
Okay. You know that's my favorite, right?
Yeah.
I'm a big Vader fan.
Yeah, he's a Vader.
Anyway, there we go. The original 12.
And then the process, this is much later on. The process went drawings, convince people we need to do 3D, and then we would turn this over to production designers and engineers and model makers and sculptors to do final stuff. So this is just to see the process between them. Can we go back one? No, that's okay. Originally, Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi had lightsabers, and our solution that we turned over to production people was a reel of monofilament fishing line that was on a spool in their back, and it came out the arm and out the hilt. And that's how we turned it over. We wanted it to appear from the hilt, and they said we were crazy, and we were, because fishing line, even the thickest fishing line is produced in a coil. So when they came out, they were going in every direction, very limp. So, but in preliminary, we just kind of, here's the concept, and turned it over to production people that have to actually make it work. And then they had the double telescoping, then the single, and all that stuff. So, but that's how we turned things over.
Do you mind if I go off track for 1 second?
Yeah.
How do you sign monofilament?
Sign?
How do you sign monofilament? What's the word for that's a really deep word. When you said that word, I'm
You
like,
spell it, right? Okay.
oh, okay.
I forgot. I love interpreters.
Yeah, let's hear it for our interpreter.
Yeah.
I'm glad you came here.
I didn't realize, but I get distracted at events that have interpreters because I start watching them. Because and I've met so many over, not just in events like this, but I met a whole group of them on a cruise ship, and they were with people. And then we afterward, when their clients were away, they go to the bar, and we were talking about how I just love to watch people. And then I worked with a chorus, and they had an interpreter, and they're just so beautiful. Especially when people are singing, and they get into the whole. Anyway, so
I just want to know what the
digress.
timeline word was for monofilament. I just thought that was kind of funny.
No, it's. I
That
think it's.
she was able to pick that one out. How about raisinets?
We digress.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So this is the original 12. It took us
Yeah.
only 15 minutes to get here, but all right.
Yeah. So these are production pieces, and before anybody asks, the way because of the Death Star commander is in there, and not Grand Moff Tarkin, it's Grand Moff was 14 on my list. I had a long list of all the characters that we should do. He was 14. There were a couple guys that were.
And they didn't make him for this line for years to come. I'm sure we have an expert here who knows something about him. Do we know when Tarkin came out?
Yeah, the game. They reproduced the board
it?
game. Yeah. Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah.
Oh,
For
wow.
Target, it was a Target special, I thought. But anyway, it was with the game. It was, yeah. So I always get off the hook because that was a marketing decision.
Now, this is your prototype. This is not what came out, but this was your first run through?
Yep.
Much like we did with the figures, you come up with some kit bashing or whatever, and you make this?
Yep. I did the layout drawings for this. And then the model shop modeled it, and the engineers worked out the gears in the wings. And those are Radio Shack buttons on the back for the sound. And
Oh, so Radio Shack helped you?
yes, they.
Okay, very good.
We had a lot of help. And the LED light, that was the highest tech thing in 1977 in an action figure. So,
And this is the final right here.
yeah, that's just production. Yeah, so. And it changed over time because after the first prototypes, I got to go out to LA and meet with Lucasfilm and the group there and come back with blueprints and sketches from Joe Johnston so that we could add the detail in the production.
I mean,
Production.
this looks really good as far. It's about as close as you're going to get to the actual model for the film without making it. You can't have the wings be that
Right.
big, but I think it's truncated and it looks really good.
The newer one, yeah, the newer
I had
ones
one.
have better proportions, but we were again fighting for $14.99.
But again, as far as the prototype, it's a better.
Yeah.
It's a lot closer than
not
that one.
bad.
And then something
TIE
similar
Fighter.
with the TIE Fighter, the same thing.
Same process.
And it's the prototype, and here we have the final. The final, that looks pretty good. You can almost put that in a movie, and like maybe in the background, but it's got a lot of detail. The proportions are, kind of close.
So, but we go through this process over and over again. So, and the next one is, so this is April's, it's somewhere April 4th or 5th, 1977. My first trip out to Lucasfilm, I got to drive up to the Universal Studios lot, and the guy with the clipboard came out of the little thing and checked me off the list and told me where I could park and told me what bungalow they were in. This Craftsman bungalow as an office, and I met Charlie Lippincott and Carol Wakarska, who were the marketing team that were working on the movie. So we were going through blueprints like those in the corner. That's Joe Johnston's work.
Is this the Kerner building? Is it in LA or San Francisco?
This is all LA.
Okay, so
Then they said, do you want to go? We had lunch. We went to the commissary, and there were people in costumes having lunch and stuff. Because it was a working studio. It wasn't an amusement park yet. But they said, do you want to go see dailies? And it's like, do I want to see dailies? Yeah, I want to, I read all this stuff. I do know the story pretty well. I'd like to see dailies. So,
yeah, but when you're talking April, they're way beyond dailies. They're deep into production.
the live action is done. They're working on model work. All the
in
special
this
effects.
very parking lot.
Yeah.
So when you see those pictures of the pickup trucks going by, the Death Star and stuff like that, that's happening in this parking lot.
Yeah.
In
There's
think-
one in here.
I think early '77.
But this is the building. This is where all the special effects were, the trench and all that stuff. And then this room, this is the room. Ignore all those people because they weren't there. But I was there with a bunch of people that I didn't know.
Ignore them. You got Lauren Peterson, you got Dennis Muren, George Lucas in the back, Gary Kurtz, who looks like.
They weren't there the day I was there. So, but there's up on the wall, you see those, that's a shot list. And the different colors means that they've either shot it or not. And it's all done on paper again. They kept records on the paper. So and we go in this room all full of these really ugly couches.
Yeah, I could see they're very '70s looking. Yeah. I
Oh,
could see the
yeah,
pattern.
it's-
You went in this actual room and watched the
I
clips.
did. I sat in one of those ugly, dirty couches. And they turned the lights down and rolled the film.
But it wasn't
and-
ugly then, right? We used to look at. I remember back in the '70s. Everybody just thought it was normal. God, it was terrible.
Well,
Anyway, moving on.
I don't know.
This is my favorite thing that you made. I think this is brilliant. And you know why? I want you to talk about this. This is my favorite piece from your history.
Well, you have to go back one second.
Oh,
Because
I go back?
because on the screen, the lights go down, they start running film, and all I see is some blinking lights in the corner. There's this big screen, little, something twinkling over here. That's all that happened. The lights bend back up. Everybody's like, great. And they all leave. And I'm like, where's my TIE fighter? I didn't see an X-Wing. There wasn't one. That was a little disappointing as far as dailies, but that was it. And I have to imagine, this just for me, that those blinking lights were on the tractor beam, that thing with the cavern, and I'm thinking they're there somewhere, but that's where those were laid in. But that's all I got to see for the next
Can you remember? I know it's a long time ago. Was it early April? End of April? Beginning?
4th or 5th, yeah.
So yeah, that's
Is
what I
the
figured. It
day
had to be early.
Yeah, because if you watch the Toys That Made Us on Netflix, that statement where what's his name?
Lauren Peterson?
Lauren Peterson.
That's him, yeah. It's him in the bottom right.
Yeah, that scene they remade, the first three people talking, those are actors. When he says, sorry you weren't here yesterday, we were blowing up the Death Star, actually went in these ears. And that's why it's in there. Because I told that story. It's like oh, I'm sorry you were here today because we blew up the Death Star. I'm like, that's what I missed. I could have been there one day earlier and seen the blowing that model up, because they did it. It was, cherry pickers were shooting at it and they blew things up. They'd pickup trucks drive by as they blew it up. And all
Now,
that
who
stuff.
here has seen Toys That Made Us on Netflix? Have we all seen it? You really should check it out. It's about what, 5 years old, but it's
Yes,
relatively new. That's how I first met you. Because when I first met you, I recognized you from that.
Yeah,
And then I was actually here at the show, the very first ICCC 5 years ago.
yeah.
But moving right along, so I just love this piece right here. This is my favorite that you
This is
did.
the dewback.
So you have to have a stormtrooper that gets his legs around this dewback, and you came up with this brilliant idea.
Yeah, I came up with the trap door.
So you put him in there, and then the plastic saddle around it has these impressions of a leg going through them. So it looks like it's like he's sitting on it.
That was the plan. So
It's brilliant.
I have to admit, I have a picture of the original concept model, which is just like this, but it's a little.
Did Fisher Price or Radio Shack help you with this?
No.
No, you did it all on your
No
own.
help.
So what did you draw this out? Did you make it in clay? How'd you come up with this one?
We mocked it up. I took a dinosaur and the model shop put a.
So
trap
Fisher
door
Price helped you out. All right.
Well, I don't know whose dinosaur it was. It wasn't Jurassic Park. Wasn't Jurassic Park.
Which is what you do.
Yeah, yeah. So, and then,
Oh, this is the best play set here. Again, we have prototype and final.
yeah, this is, so I did the layout drawings, the model shop built this model. We helped ourselves out with it. The crank that's in that, the prototype model is from a Play-Doh extruder, because we'd made Play-Doh.
Who here had the Death Star play set, right? Wasn't that thing great?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never told you this, but I found this in my parents' closet
Wow.
4 days before Christmas, and I got so excited. And then my mother, as smart as she was, she got on the phone and she pretended like she was talking to the church, like, "Yeah, we're donating a Star Wars playset for the blah, blah." And I was like devastated that I wasn't getting
That's
it. And
so
3 days
cruel.
later, there it was. Yeah, she said they were giving it to the church. We were giving it to the needy kids.
Well, and this just shows that this is side by side. You can see we turned over a concept model. When we turned it into the production people, Tim was involved in this one. They added a floor, they added play value and stuff. We hadn't really seen much of the movie. We hadn't seen the movie when the first prototype was built. So we didn't have the swing, we didn't know all that stuff. So once we turned it over to production people, they could really add the extra play value and add the floor and do the details really well. So this just shows you how it grows from prelim concept to production design. So,
When you made this, did you ever think you can put 9 in a row and make a circle?
well, it was designed that way. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
designed to do that way,
It was
to put them
intended-
together?
The wedge was intended to do that. And I know at least one person that, there's a guy in Louisville that's building he's doing a whole new Death Star. There's supposed to be well, I've seen pictures of the Millennium Falcon in the landing bay in it. So it changes scale from section to section, but it looks like a really
I
cool
wonder if
idea.
Steven has all 6, has 9 of them in a circle. Steve Sansweet?
I don't
Come
know.
up, see, I think that's I guess you put them all together, you can't see inside of it, so what's the point, right?
Well, you do half and half, and you can see.
There you go, right.
I've never seen. I haven't been out to Sansweet's ranch. But
Oh, we should go one time. We should go in October. They're doing the thing. But we'll
Yeah.
talk about that later. So here we go, the lightsabers. I
These are-
remember these.
These are prototypes again. This inflatable lightsaber.
The safest lightsaber in the world. I mean,
Yes,
that's
most
not gonna-
disappointing lightsaber in the
You
world.
could beat a baby with that thing. And nothing. It's just. Did you guys have one? And it's just this flashlight with a rubber. Thing.
Yeah. So these are just more prototype stuff. This,
But when you don't have a lightsaber, that's what
Yeah.
you get. 1977.
yes.
Oh, we skipped ahead of that.
Okay. So
So you guys are in the production stage, early in the production stage because you just got the deal, but the movie's still coming out regardless. So
Yes.
here's some early stuff,
Yeah.
some marketing research about it.
Yeah, my first trip was in April. May 1st, or just before May 1st, we were invited to come and see the movie. They were doing a market research screening for a public thing. So I got to go to the North Point Theater in San Francisco, and nobody else wanted to go. So it's like, I guess I have to, so no, it's like, so I went out to San Francisco all by myself, and the next morning I got up in the hotel and drove myself to the North Point Theater, using maps.
Didn't they call it a different movie, or did they pretend it was Slapshot, or did they still?
No, it's actually that what they were told they were seeing was the one that says world premiere Alaska. Alaska. So these people had been recruited. There were age groups and demographics, and they were going to see the movie. So 360 some people sat in a brand spanking clean North Point Theater. They'd shampooed the carpets and put in a THX sound system just for that showing, and put new projector bulbs in it. Probably put new projectors in.
Was the movie 100% or nearly 100%? Was the music in there?
Oh yeah,
Everything was.
We sat down, and it was very confusing for people when Lucasfilm popped on and Star Wars, and they're all going, I thought we were here to see Alaska. You kind of hear a little rumble, and then when the crawl started, there's some people that can't read without speaking, so they kind of read to themselves. So you kind of hear along with the music, you kind of hear this.
It's a period of civil war. Rebels striking from a
So it was so you're just, I'm picking up on all these things, like and then when the princess ship comes in and the laser cannon starts shooting, it's like, oh my gosh. And then as the destroyer comes into view, you see its nose come in, and then when the engines are, the subwoofers that are in the new subwoofers in there now bring up the bass in your seat. So you're feeling it in your pants while you're watching it, in front. And it's just like, everybody's like, and then from there on, it's just like, we go, we meet the robots and the princess, and everybody's getting blown up, and Darth has just like defeated an army of soldiers, and we're off to the races. So it was, I tell people, it's the virgin audience that saw Star Wars. No other audience would ever see Star Wars that way, like having no idea. So, and I was there and trying to go out and, to find the payphone, talk to people in Cincinnati and say, you should have been here. It'll never happen again, never happen again.
Now this is when the buzz started picking up.
Yeah, because on May 2nd, I went to LA, drove down to LA from San Francisco, and went to Paramount Studio, where they were screening Star Wars for the press. So they had the press. Now the press weren't quite as effusive. They were pretty excited, but they weren't quite as, they didn't demonstrate it by jumping out of their seats. But after that, Time Magazine and everybody else was talking about Star Wars. So that virgin audience is the only one.
And while this is happening, the movie's getting ready, they're already starting to build up for Empire.
They were thinking about it. We didn't get into this until after the movie had run. But we did this because it was top secret, because it was a secret project for the sales force to kind of goose the sales on Star Wars. So I went out and took these photographs of Boba Fett, and then came home and built the next.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves because we forgot to mention did a slide drop out? Because we did the very famous thing, the Christmas without the Star Wars toys, because they couldn't come out.
Oh yeah,
you couldn't make, like you were talking about in the beginning, in February, March time period when you started. it would take a year to make the figures. So I don't know if remember you guys. Some of you here might be old enough to remember the Christmas of '77 where we got that little card and
Yeah.
and the send away.
That was a brilliant
Early bird.
The early bird, yeah, that was a brilliant marketing thing. It didn't sell. I mean, it sold some, but it wasn't. It was more the free advertising because every news station in America said, "We're like this is outrageous. Star Wars is selling an empty envelope," and it's like, yeah. Now it's like they sold an empty envelope, and now that's all history. But after the trip to see this, this is where I tell people like I had an hour alone with George Lucas shooting the breeze in his office, and I forgot to ask him for a job.
So Star Wars comes out. You have the early bird special. You guys are cranking Star Wars, and he sends you out to meet Boba Fett. When was this picture taken?
Somewhere in 78, 79. We went. Dave Okada's there with George Lucas, and they brought him out and turned him around. And I took pictures.
And that's a pretty final piece. It's pretty close to the end.
Yeah, he never made it to screen, as I understand it. They changed some of the decoration on him.
Yeah, the eyes got taken off, and actually you see those. Some of the clone troopers in later films are wearing them,
Yeah.
and then of course Kanan from Rebels. And we're gonna have a Rebels panel right after this, by the way. Just to let you all know.
So, anyway,
And then
I came back and built a kit bashed model of Boba Fett using our parts this time. It's a C-3PO body. The head's a Darth Vader.
Darth Vader's head.
Darth Vader. The arms are from stormtroopers and the legs are for Death Star commanders. And then body putty and help from the model shop.
Now this is, if I'm not mistaken, the holy grail in collecting the actual.
Yeah, I wish I had it, but
I
I haven't
me
seen
too.
it. Usually what happens is, this gets turned over to an engineer and a designer and they start working on it. And then that model, kind of goes away. This one got photographed a lot and used in packaging and stuff. But the chances it could be anywhere, and a lot of it ended up being in the trash somewhere.
And this isn't even the famous ones that we see out. This is the prototype. This is the
Yeah.
single one.
Yeah.
And then later on, you made up. Do we know how many rocket fire Boba Fett's were actually made?
No, somebody else. I did one of the panels in England. Chris Georgioulias and another fellow know everything about rocket fire and bird.
Yeah, I was at that panel. I remember it. But it was. Are we talking 100? Are we talking 400?
No, in less than 100 probably.
Less than 100?
Yeah.
Because I've only seen like 3 or 4, and actually, the second show of this one, we had 4 in the house.
Yeah.
Four rocket fire and Boba Fett's. But so again, like you were able to go see some stuff when they were
Yeah.
making A New Hope. You got to see. This is obviously the set of The Empire Strikes Back, and I think they just finished filming when you came by.
Yeah. Jim Black, who was the product manager, and I went over to glean information. So we got to see this set, the hangar. They weren't shooting. This is a photo off. I Googled this photograph, but the foam, it's all made out of styrofoam.
Google helped you with the photo.
Yep.
Is that what we're talking. Yeah. Okay.
We need help. I got to see Yoda the first time. He was a puppet at that point, and I got to see Tauntauns.
And did they have NDAs back then? Did you have to sign an NDA and all that stuff to not talk about it? Because unlike the first movie, this movie was very secretive.
We had an NDA with Kenner, and Kenner had an NDA with them. So
Okay.
but these Tauntauns are about that tall. They're about that tall.
then
They had
from-
big ones. I didn't get to sit on one, but
And then from there we get
Yeah.
another. This is a fan, and I love the legs on this one because it looks really
yeah,
real.
this is the second use of the trapdoor. And in this one, the sculpting on the saddle was better because it looks like his legs are in there. But so this is really the last product that I had an influence on in Star Wars because I changed. I went to the dark side.
You went to the dark
I
side.
did. I was offered
Was it strawberry shortcake? Is that what it was?
Yeah. a dark bean side. So I don't
How
know.
do you go from Star Wars to strawberry shortcake?
Well, yeah.
No offense.
Well, I was pretty flexible, but I don't know what the next slide is. What is it?
The-
Okay.
And then
oh,
you
so
did Alien.
I did go see Alien. I got to. The great thing about my position at Kenner is I got to do a lot of traveling to see stuff. So I went to England again to see the sets for Alien, and met Hans Giger, and saw his Alien, and I came back and I said, I don't think it's a toy for kids, but they decided they wanted to make sure that we were like #1 in movies for people to come to make toy stuff. So they did I worked on the 18-inch, got the 18-inch figure started, and kept up our relationship with the studios. So they kept coming back and the Marvel and all that stuff. So that was part of the, would do an Alien, but so.
And there we have the Toys That Made Us we were talking about earlier. Is that your house? Do you have that poster, the first 10-year poster by Drew Struzan in the back? That's a cool poster.
It is.
I didn't know you had
It's
that.
supposed to be really valuable.
But,
I had 2. I gave one away. I sold one. But that's our house. We've moved since then. We're in a condominium now. But
do you have a favorite piece that you made throughout, Kenner?
the X-Wing.
What?
X-Wing.
The X-Wing?
Yeah.
X-Wing Osprey? And then,
I mean, that's why I have the one on my table is the one I've had forever. The ones on the table in this photograph, I gave to my mother, and I got them back when she passed away. She never played with them, so.
that you know of. She may still have,
Yeah.
So these ones you got back then, you gave to your mother. So these are the ones you had back then.
Yeah.
I know you said you didn't really have very much from.
I don't. Yeah.
Okay, so-
those are really the one on the table, and those are and that.
Is that the 12-inch Kenner Vader from the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of those. They're really cool.
Yeah, I have
They're
one.
going for like 150 in there.
Is that all? Oh, no.
That's all you think? I bought mine for like 30, but I got it like 25 years ago. So,
Mine's not in the box.
but we do have time for a few questions.
Yeah.
We're up on 5
Sorry, we
minutes.
ran a little long.
No, we didn't. I think we were
There's-
fine. So we
there's
did.
one in the back.
Where's Longwater? Where's Longwater at? Hey, little Disney guy. Where's the little Disney? Longwater. Here you go.
Oh, the double
I'll repeat it. He just wanted to ask about some information about the telescoping lightsabers that we had in the early part of Kenner, and
Yeah.
you can take it from there.
Well, there was a reliability problem because kids would pull on it and in production, it became a problem because the tolerances are too tight. So they were pulling out so fast, and we're getting returns because people say my lightsaber broke and have to send them more. So there was a change, running change. That was a thing we used. Running changes were things that you'd keep producing until you could get the running change in. Like changing hair colors or mistakes that were made during the process. Those are all running changes. Because at the time, 77, 78, in the 79, we were producing as many figures as we possibly could. I mean, they brought on new vendors all the time. It was like, and some of these people were making figures, in their garage in China, or a space like that. And then, producing pieces everywhere, and most of it was right around Hong Kong. But it was, there were, people ask about the hair colors. A new vendor would come on, they'd read the spec wrong, or they get, one switched. And the, QC would call and the marketing guy and say, I've got 10,000 Luke Skywalkers with orange hair. Should I send them back? He'd be like, are you crazy? Ship them, So a lot of that happened.
We have time for maybe one more question, depending what's quick. How about this gentleman right here? Why the Rebels Elite Trooper was not made? Okay. Yeah. Oh, and on the Tantive and on the Tantive, well, that's a good question. So the Rebel soldiers you see right at the beginning of Star Wars: A New Hope, the Tantive 4 soldiers, remember those guys?
Trying to think about.
They're the first ones killed in Star Wars by the.
Oh,
Empire
with
when
the white helmets.
Yeah, the white and black helmet. Yeah.
Oh, this is, I always defer. I kind of that was a marketing issue, but I just they slipped by. I would have done Grand Moff Tarkin before I did that guy, but yeah, some of those things, especially it is kind of strange that some things that were up front in the movie or seem prominent would just kind of get skipped, but it was mainly because, I liked that guy better than that guy. So, but they tried to do as many as they could, but, it's now they're, you can get some really nice customs.
All right, so maybe one more question. Oh, because two of them next to me. The lady in the front.
It's already known, but how did they go from like the cloth Jawa to the vinyl cake Jawa? But it looked like the kit bag was cloth.
Well,
If you can answer that in a minute and 5 seconds, that'd be
I
cool.
can.
But go. Do it.
Originally, we turned it over at the cloth cabinet to cost reduce the Jawa, to keep it in line with everybody else. They changed to the vinyl cape, but reliability wise, the cape became a problem because it was tearing so often. Getting them on in production and kids trying to take them off, they would tear. So then they decided, well, we'll eat the cost and we'll put the cloth cape back on. So that's 5-second answer. There's
Jim,
one.
so
Yeah,
no,
the
we got to
time-
cut it. I'm getting
Yeah.
the old. We got the next panel, but it was great talking to you once again to redo our little trip down memory lane.
Yep.
I want to thank you very much. You're going to be here for the remainder of the weekend, right?
Yes, I'm all here all weekend. If you have questions, come to my table. I have lots of slides, and at 5 o'clock, Tim is going to be talking more, and we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. So
right.
so thank you for coming. You're a great
Jim.
audience.
Huge round of applause for Jim Swearingen and Mr. Kevin Lyle.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. How was that? We're jam-packed, so if you want to stick around, feel free. We've got another panel coming up in 15 minutes, but if you want to hang tight, we have a special fan film, and I have somebody special to introduce it. So I'd like to introduce back on stage, Miss Carly King.
Hi, everybody. Oh my God. There's so many people here. I wasn't expecting this to be, I was expecting it to be amazing, but of course, it's nice to see you guys show up. I am overwhelmingly excited to introduce this fan film. I've seen a lot of Star Wars fan films in my lifetime, but this one, I promise, is the best one I've seen. So I'm introducing the world premiere of Journey to the Dark Side with Adam and Cameron Petropoli.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you all for coming here and enjoy it.
Yes,
Be honest.
enjoy.
Be
Coming up
honest now.
soon.
Come on with your opinions, all right? Thank you.
Cool. Coming up soon.
Show me true power of the darkness. Show me the true nature of the dark side. You suffer as I have suffered. Execute Order 66. Yes, ma'am. Kill Ben Solo. Grandfather. Then be willing to lose everything. Failure, paralyzed. You are still holding on to your past. Ben Solo is weak. You must destroy him. I have tried, but he is still there. I promise, I will destroy him. Unbalanced, as a child wearing a mask. You have failed me. Master! Vader!
My lord. Pardon the interruption. Supreme Leader Snoke is waiting to hear about the girl's ongoing interrogation. We have the IT droid ready for the interrogation.
No. No. Leave that to me.
How was that? And if we'll welcome the cast that are coming around here on stage, right? Come on out, cast. Come on out. Adam. There's Adam and Cameron. And here comes the cast. Give them a big round of applause. All right. We just have a couple minutes left while we wait on our Rebels panel that's about to start. Adam, do you have a couple words you want to say here just briefly?
Yes. Hey, how'd you like it? Well, thank you all so much for watching. This has been a long dream of mine, and holy crap, it took a year to make this, and honestly, we shot this in the garage, guys. We shot in a garage and in the forest. So if you can do anything you set your mind to, and I had doubts about this film, but I was like, you know what? Me and my brother, I can't thank enough my brother Cameron for doing this. Thank you to all the cast, Patrick Sharn, Ricky Prince, and then, of course, the one and only Darth Vader, Rick Davis. Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming here today. This film is just about, what happens if you don't believe in yourself. And Kylo doesn't, he always wanted to prove himself to Vader, and this is the first time where you kind of get to see and reflect in our own lives that we don't really need to be like all these other idols. You just need to find what's inside you. You need to find what's valuable for you and use it to the best of your ability. So thank you all so much for coming, and there's many more to come. And also the QR code to the film, it's going to be releasing on YouTube. So it's releasing on YouTube today. So if you want to hit the QR code, just go to the link. It'll bring you straight to it. So thank you so much. We still got 2 minutes. So I guess that means I can get any questions if anyone has any questions or anything. Yes. Here, I'll come down to you.
Will you be entering your work in any film festivals?
Yes, I believe. Well, that's probably the next thing I'm thinking about doing. I do want to present it to more conventions. I'm not sure, since it's a fan film, a lot of film festivals probably won't accept it, but I want to look more into that. So it's definitely, this is the beginning. So I appreciate it. Yeah, then thanks so much for watching it. Anyone else have any quick questions? I think we still got a minute 40, minute 30. Anyone have any questions?
Here, I'll go around there. You stay on camera, Adam, where you're beautiful.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look like Adam? Question right here.
Who was your favorite Star Wars characters growing up?
Oh, you're going to like this one. It's not traditional. Captain Rex is my favorite. He's my boy. I grew up watching the Clone Wars. That's the first Star Wars I've ever seen. It was the Clone Wars. And I didn't even see the original trilogy before that. I know, I'm a newbie. I know, but I saw that after I saw Clone Wars. So I'll let, if anyone wants to say anything, we still got 56 seconds. So I'll let the cast say anything if they want to say anything, okay? Here.
No questions about the rebels.
No questions?
What is your question?
How long did it take to get the choreography for the fight together?
Let's take off my mask.
Nobody saw that.
Yeah, nobody saw that. Hey, okay. Hey, I'm Rick. I don't know how much time we have. Okay. Took about 3 or 4 months, and we worked at it
just back and forth after work. And it was just a crazy but wonderful event to do, connecting old with new. That's what we wanted to do. I'm an Empire Strike Back 80s kid. And, you know, it was just it's very productive, very great film to do, and Adam's the guy to put it together, so, yep.
And thank you to my brother Cameron. He did a lot of the editing on this film. You wanna say? Oh, thank you guys for coming out here. Weird, awkward moment for Vader's helmet. It should be all good though. But thank you for coming out so much. I really appreciate you guys seeing this film.
Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, who is ready for some Star Wars Rebels? Do we have any Rebels fans in the house? They're back there. Let them hear you. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We'll give you a little time to warm up here. Let me get you warmed up by introducing you to a very close friend of mine and somebody who's been around since year one here at the ICCC. Here is my lovely, beautiful panel host, Star Wars artist, Mr. Kevin Lyle. Hang on. We're not on yet. Really loud. Here you go. You have mic number 1 now. Actually, here, take number 2.
This ain't going well, man. You want us to like juggle them like we're in a circus? So this is hour 2 of my 3-hour marathon that you put me through.
He has a 3-hour marathon. He's going to be up here for, you've been up here for an hour now.
And I'm going to
We've got 2 more hours left. So without any further ado, I don't want to take any of your time because we have a jam-packed schedule today. So while you're not here, there's plenty of things to do. Go ride helicopters, go check out the bands, have some fun, buy some toys, and enjoy Kevin Lyle and the Star Wars Rebels. Have fun.
All right, here we go. This is going to be a great panel. I've been excited. I've been prepping for this for like 2 months now. So let's bring them on out because we're running out of time. So let's bring them out, Mr. Tia Sakar, Sabine Wren, Ezra Bridger himself, Mr. Taylor Gray, the world's best space mom, Vanessa Marshall, Hera, and you know him as Mr. Steve Bloom, Terrabast, and the evil Governor Price, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Oh my God, it's great to see all of you here. It's just, I'm getting chills.
It's pretty good for us too.
This is probably the best prep I've ever done for a panel ever. I just spent 40 hours watching all 75 episodes over the past month. I watched it all when it came out. Don't worry, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. They'll tell you. But I watched every episode. My daughter would come downstairs with her friends. She's like, "Can we watch TV in the the big room?" And I'm like, "No, Daddy's got to work. Daddy's got to work." Garazev's been taken by Callus, or whatever was happening that day.
Yeah,
but how are you guys all doing today?
We're pretty happy. Pretty happy to be here. Yes.
Absolutely.
Nashville's a great place. This is the best. I do a bunch of conventions. This is my favorite one.
It's just the nicest people, too. It's amazing.
Yeah, let's hear it for the all. You guys are doing a really good job.
Amazing. Made us feel very welcome.
So voice acting is such an interesting thing. I wanted to know, how did you guys all get into it? Because you're all really good at what you do. And so, Mary Elizabeth, I'll start with you.
I moved to LA to be on Star Wars. So I'm Star Trek, actually. I was a Next Gen fan, and I know it's Star Wars, but I moved to LA to be in Star Trek. But I ended up doing an episode of Xena Warrior Princess, and the horse I was being hanged on reared up and rolled, a horse named Cher, reared up, rolled on top of me, dislocated my kneecap, and when I got back to LA, I started doing voiceover. So I got into voiceover thanks to a New Zealand horse named Cher.
That's a great...
I got in completely by accident. I wanted to be a musician. I was playing in an R&B band during the 80s. And we were the only R&B band in town getting our equipment sabotaged by hair bands. So I got a day job to support my little habit at a film studio, and there was some guy in the mailroom who was casting for a Japanimation show. And I had the deepest voice in the mailroom, and he offered me free pizza. So I couldn't turn that down. I was literally a starving musician, so I came on a weekend and looked into a monitor, and they wanted me to be a creature ripping the arm off of another creature. And they asked what it would sound like, and I just went, and they said, "All right, you're hired." And literally my first question was, do I still get pizza? And then 30-something years later, still doing this for a living. Amazing.
And this is LA pizza, right? Not New York.
What was that?
It's LA pizza, right?
LA pizza.
Yeah.
It's not as good. But it's all we had. We were poor.
Wait, can I ask a question, Steve?
Yes.
What was the name of the R&B band?
We had a bunch of different names. At that time, I think it was called International Love Affair. And I wore...
No, this was mullet.
Yeah, I shaved half of my head. The other half was a mullet. And
Why
I
is
wore...
this the first we're hearing of this? We've known you a long time.
I've seen videos.
Yeah, we were wearing red fishnets, and I had a gold spandex Speedo.
Yeah.
And matching
Bring
equipment.
it back.
was,
Bring it back.
Yeah.
And we did steps and everything. We had flash pots on stage. We played at the Troubadour and the Roxy and stuff. It was crazy.
I'm learning so much about
Yeah.
you right now.
Wait till where do you hear about my career on the pole? That's a whole different thing.
Do you think you can? Because I know you're doing a panel tomorrow with Matt. Maybe you can bring this back then. He was talking about.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
We can go
with
to
my
a store. There's a
backup
bunch of
dancers.
clothing stores around here.
These would be my backup dancers right here. So yeah. He looks really
in.
good in Speedo spandex, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. He's wearing it right now. Sorry.
Vanessa.
Sorry.
Functioning.
Here.
Good times. All right. See, family.
Oh, is that what you said to me backstage?
Yes, I
Like,
said,
isn't
is this
working?
thing on? And you were like, I hope so. It isn't.
I'm so professional.
Good stuff. Anyway, we share. We're family. We don't care. I was doing stand-up comedy and sketch comedy, and I had written a one-woman show where I played like 12 different characters interacting with previously recorded footage of myself. I'm a nerd and an only child, so that's what happens. And at the time, a voiceover agent was there, and she said, you know, you might want to try animation. And so I went in and I read for them, and I was horrible. But then she said, why don't you just riff and do some character voices? And then I did, I don't know, like a line for maybe 30 different characters. And she was like, you know, you're just weird enough that you might book. We'll sign you. And, you know, the rest is history. That was back in 1997. And I've been taking classes and learning. And my ex-husband, Saw Gerrera, Andrew Kishino, he says always, I am like a professional with the heart of a rookie. And I think that's the best way to be, is always be teachable. And if you need teaching, this guy's got a great voiceover class. Hey, Bloombox VO.
At bloomboxstudios.com. And I love that you have the heart of a Wookiee.
Yes, I do have a heart of a Wookiee. Let's go. Yeah, there it is. Anyway, so it's just been such an adventure, and I'm so grateful to have incorporated my love of Star Wars with my line of work, and I'm deeply grateful. I love each and every one of you. Thanks.
Excellent. Sarah, how about you? How did you get into voiceover acting?
I got into voiceover acting with Rebels. Yeah. It was, I was doing work on screen, and my agent had sent me a self-tape, and she was like, record this the way you normally do, just go in your closet and turn the lights off. And I was like, what in the world?
Whoa,
And no, and it was for it's for Rebels, but at the time it was called Wolf, and I could have sworn I was reading for the Jungle Book. That was I thought that was the project, but yeah, this was the first audition, first gig.
There are some similarities between Mowgli and Ezra a little bit.
Yeah, I thought it was Mowgli.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And that was your first. You never done anything, commercials or anything? Or?
Not voiceover. I mean, I had done a handful of commercials and shows and films, but nothing where I wasn't using my whole body and everything.
Okay. And do you find? I mean, this is for all of you. Before we get to, I want to hear your stories too, Sarah.
Yeah.
Do you guys find yourself using your bodies when you're doing your voiceover work? Is like, are you really?
Absolutely.
I know, like Mark Hamill when he did the radio.
Steve dances a lot.
There were many pens that were lightsabers
Yes.
in the studios.
Yep.
And I remember the first recording session, we finished it, and Dave was like, that's a great take, but Taylor, the mic is in front of you. You're talking here, talking here. Talking here.
Yeah.
It's a big learning curve.
But posture is a very interesting thing. When I was playing Governor Price, you know, I mean, she had a very distinct way of standing. And I would always stand that way with my hand the entire time. And it really helped. I don't know what it is. It's just a very sort of English way of doing things. You work from the outside in sometimes instead of the inside out. And it really helped. So physicality is really important in voiceover.
I've actually been scolded for throwing punches while I'm in a fight scene. And
Only if they're
we
landing,
did a
right?
show years ago. Fred Tatasciore and I did a show years ago called Hulk versus Wolverine. And we had this big fight scene, and Fred and I were standing next to each other in the booth, and we were throwing punches so hard they had to separate us because they thought we were going to knock each other out. So, yeah, it's good. It helps. It actually helps. Yeah.
So, Tia, I've always had a special place in my heart for Sabine because I'm an artist. That's what I do for a living, and I don't have a voice for voiceover, I guess. And
You kind of do. You do. Kind of do, dude.
oh, good. Can one of you hire me?
really
Can
do.
one of you? I'm just kidding. But so, how did you get into voiceover work?
I kind of just by pure luck, I guess. I was an on-camera actor, or just that's all I had done up until I did an episode of Phineas and Ferb. You know, they were like, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And I was like, "Sure." I don't really know how, and they were like, "You'll be fine. It's gonna be great." And I went in there, and it was so much fun. And I could have shown up in my pajamas, which I didn't know, but now I know. Voiceover is great in that way. But it was like the shortest work day I'd ever had as an actor. And I left there and I was like, that was so much fun. I want to do that all the time. And then kind of like Taylor, like we were both on-camera actors and we somehow were fortunate enough to get on this show. And I don't want to speak for you, but we kind of like had the greatest teachers, like prolific, insanely talented voiceover actors, these guys, D. Bradley Baker, Freddie, like, I mean, it doesn't get any better. So while I agree it was a steep learning curve because I just did not know how to do it, I was able to sort of like, I just wanted to soak up as much as I could from these guys who absolutely know what they're doing. And I definitely thought I was going to get fired after the first day. I called my manager from the car and I was like, I'm going to get fired from this job. And she was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know what it is. I don't know how to do it. But Dave was a wonderful guide and these guys are the best. So, I got really lucky.
And he's pretty hands-on. Do they still do it where they have like all of you in the room as opposed to having you guys in different parts of the world? So you guys are all in the room as you are right now, almost just together, collectively
Always.
doing the story.
Always. And I actually didn't know how special and rare that is until I started doing other shows after Rebels, and I realized what a gift that was because not only, I mean, our relationships as a group dynamic, but also like interpersonal relationships mirror the relationships of our characters so much. And I don't know if that's like art imitating life or life imitating art, but if we didn't, if we were just recording by ourselves, that never would have happened. And I think it really informed our show and created, this that you see here. It's all real.
The group dynamic was really amazing. I came in season 3, and they would always put me all the way on the left in the studio, so I got to watch this family dynamic between all of you. It was amazing, and the grief you used to give Dave Filoni was just so wonderful to you. It was glorious. But it was really, and then it was really emotional to sort of be at the end, and no spoilers, but my character does something that is so awful, and to watch the dynamic in the room as it was happening, it was really amazing, and I just felt like I'm betraying this family,
We felt the same way, man.
I know. And I loved every minute of it. You think there's a reason Freddie's not here? You're welcome.
One of the things that struck me as so unique about the show is that Dave would actually come into the room with us. And during the course of a 4-hour session, sometimes we'd spend an hour discussing how to pronounce something. Like he put the word Meluran up on a dry erase board to make sure. Meluran. The fruit.
I still can't say it.
Yeah. But I've never seen that level of detail before. And he would give us his impression of the overarching story that he wanted to convey. And it was so important to him that he was carrying on George's message. He was very, very faithful to him and a disciple of his. So we were so fortunate to be on Dave's first show where he got to take the reins and really do it the way he wanted to and still honor what had come before.
Okay, cool. Do any of you guys, this is just for any of you, have a favorite story arc or favorite episode from the series? I'll point one of you out if you don't give me one. So does anybody have a favorite?
I love when Hera flies a B-wing, personally.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I've shared this before, but my dad is a pilot. He was in the Air Force, and he's a journalist and worked for NBC, a TV news reporter. But his reverence for flight was something that has taught me a lot. And so when Hera explains why flight is so important to her, I dedicated that to my dad, and it was such a sweet moment to say thank you to him for modeling that for me. And so it was kind of a personal ode, but also it was a lovely insight into why Hera cared so much about flying. And so that was my fave.
Yeah, but you got to play two pilots because then we had Linda as a TIE pilot.
Yeah, Linda was the stormtrooper pilot. Linda really knew what she wanted to eat for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every night. Yep.
I love Hera. Hera's my favorite. I hope we don't mind
Yeah,
saying
no
that.
offense to
Hera's
Linda.
my favorite on the show. I think she's great.
Yeah, well, Dave was like, Vanessa, can you cover this? I don't know. Yeah.
You and I in a booth together playing TIE pilots, and we're trying to figure out who's going to do which one.
Yeah.
And you were like, I'll do Linda. And I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, okay, I'll
Okay,
go higher.
Linda's got this. Let's go.
Taylor, do you have a favorite episode with Ezra?
I
He's
love
got
it.
so many great stories.
I love
He's the
so
center character.
many of them. But watching that show, I think A World Between Worlds is just so cool. Like, I remember getting goosebumps when through the different portals, can we call them? Like, you could hear all of Star Wars.
Qui-Gon
And
Jinn,
it was incredible.
Alec Guinness.
And when we recorded it, there was description in there, but I had no idea what it was going to look like. That it was going to be like, what is that Mario Kart world where... Rainbow Road.
Yeah, this is the right crowd.
Exactly.
To ask.
I knew we would
Questions like
find
that.
it. It just looked incredible, and I think it was so cool to bring that element into Star Wars of like manipulating time.
Yeah.
In
No,
saving Ahsoka.
it was a great episode. I just watched it a couple nights ago because it's like the third or fourth to last episode of the series. What was it? Were you able to work with Ian McDiarmid when you did that at the following episode?
I think so.
When you did
Was that?
Nope.
Was it Sam?
No, I mean, you obviously your character was with Ian McDiarmid. I'm saying, did you work in the room with him, or did he?
Was
do it
he there?
separately?
Nope.
I think I might have been Sam Whitworth.
It
Was
was
that
Sam. It was Sam Whitmore.
Oh wow! Look, God, you're all looking at me like I.
Well,
just-
no. Well, but then I think, yeah, but then in another, I think it was all. Then Ian did do it for another season, I believe. But Sam Whitwer, what? Bad Batch. That's it.
Ian
okay.
did Bad
Thank
Batch.
you.
Ian was
We're
not.
going to start interviewing you guys
We-
because you know everything.
We're in the right crowd. I love you guys so much.
So we got a lot of big Rebel fans out there, I guess. And what we are going to do in a few minutes is we're going to have Dave come out with the mic, and you guys are going to be able to ask some questions. Do any of you guys have some good questions, I hope? Okay, 6 people. Okay, good. There we go. Anybody else have a favorite episode or arc for,
I was going to say the one with Callus on that moon. That was pretty good. Yeah, it was amazing working with David too. He was an incredible actor. I was just honored to be in a studio space with him, and he was really generous and humble. It was incredible. The energy in that room was different than what you normally get in cartoons. It was pretty heavy subject matter, but amazing episode. But when you talked about Hera flying, it brought me back to Zeb stealing the TIE fighter and flying it with his feet. That was pretty fun too. Because I am personally prehensile, so that it struck home for me.
and is that where you think Callus changed, or was he already maybe going to change? But do you think that's the episode that made him?
Well, that's the one where he outwardly changed for sure. Yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of underlying stuff happening prior to that, but just personally, that was such a transformative episode. It was amazing and so brilliant the way Dave Filoni and the crew addressed forgiveness, which it's a hard thing to do when your whole race has been murdered, basically. And I think it's a great lesson on the power of forgiveness and gratitude and working together. And I wish that there was more of that in our world right now. It would be nice.
Absolutely. And speaking of working together, you've got some Zeb work coming up later this summer, if I'm not mistaken.
I have Zeb work coming up?
Right? Do you have any Zeb?
I don't know what you're talking about. The Filoni chip is starting to blink.
Is that a secret? Is that a secret?
Don't ask me those questions. It hurts.
Well, we saw you recently in Mandalorian. We heard
Mandalorian,
you.
yes.
We heard you recently.
Yes, my voice appeared in Mandalorian, and it was fun, and that's literally all I can say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really nice to get to step into that world. And Dave was always talking about how expensive everything was in our show. We couldn't afford flowing hair, and so to get Zeb fleshed out like that I was squeeing like an 8-year-old fanboy when I saw that on screen.
You should have heard me. My neighbors thought I was murdered. I was like, what? Yeah, no, for sure they called the cops, definitely. Yeah, and I was texting you nonstop. I don't even know what time it was.
She was, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I'm having a nervous breakdown. What is happening right now? Am I hallucinating? Was it you? Was it just a Lasat? What's happening? Oh my God, please help me.
Vanessa, it's 4 a.m. in Hawaii.
Yeah,
but
no, dude, I
love
was having a mental breakdown. Chopper!
Oh, no.
Chop!
I told you you were forbidden from this. We had this conversation. Don't you point that at me, young man. Young cat. He's following me everywhere. He's recording everything you say. Be careful. Don't look him in the eye.
Well, that's beside the point.
Oh, that's great. What is? So, Tia, starting with you, I wanted to find out what's your favorite Star Wars character, other than your own, if you had to pick one. Am I putting you on the spot? If you want, I'll tell you mine while you're thinking.
Sure.
Darth Vader. Absolutely.
That's mine right there.
Go, Chopper!
How dare you?
Oh, okay. Other than Chopper.
I'm gonna have to go with Leia because, like, I mean, I feel like Leia is an inspiration, has been an inspiration to me for a long, long time, and she's just like, I don't want to liken Sabine to Leia, but in the same sense of like being, dancing to the beat of their own drum, not taking any guff from any man. Leading with strength and also grace, and just being like just a badass lady. Can I say that? Well, you did. Well, I just did. Yeah.
Taylor, do you have a favorite character other than Ezra?
Yo, definitely not Ezra. For me, it's easy Han
No
Solo.
pressure.
I think Han Solo is one of the coolest characters in cinema.
Easy.
Right.
Easy. Yeah.
It's great. And Harrison Ford did obviously a knockout job.
Yeah.
Vanessa?
Asajj Ventress.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Love me. It's a tie between Asajj and Aura Singh. I want more, but Asajj definitely. Nika Futterman really just blew that away. I love her. I love Asajj, and I want more.
Asajj Ventress and Aura Singh, two similar-looking characters with the pasty, skinny, mean.
Yeah. They both are fellow badass ladies. Okay. Yeah.
Is he going to spend the whole time like that?
Chopper's just gonna sit here and annoy you all day.
That's what he does.
Good job. Good job.
Because he just had a saw come out of his chest a second ago, and I was wondering what he was going to do to the front row.
Yeah, that's Chopper's way of flipping us the bird, I feel like.
That's the wrap it up symbol.
He gives free vasectomies on Saturdays.
It is Saturday.
Oh dear.
Coincidentally.
Oh my.
Yeah, so
No
anybody-
wonder he's here.
Anybody who's in the market, he's your man.
There you go.
Steve, do you have a favorite
character? It changes every day, I think. Lately, it's been the Rancor.
The Rancor.
I love the Rancor. Yeah, and the Purgles are pretty good too. I'm a creature
love a
guy. I love creatures.
Yeah, Purgles are pretty good. Mary Lou?
I have to go with Tia. I mean, Leia was it for me. And at first you just think, okay, here's this princess and she needs to be rescued. And then all of a sudden she's laying there. She's like, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? And I went, wait a minute. What is happening here? And she, out of the way, fly boy, and get this walking carpet out of my. And she had the greatest lines. Steve mentioned that we live in Hawaii now, and there are manta rays everywhere in Hawaii. And if you discover a new manta ray, you get to name it. And a friend of ours who's a dive master has found two, or discovered two. The first one, I think he named Darth Raider. The second one was the Mandalorian. And I found one, but I couldn't get a clear enough picture. But I was going to, and if I ever do discover a manta ray, I will name them Princess Rhea Organa. So, because I love her, she's my Disney princess.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna open it up to you guys. 'Cause I want to hear what you have to say. Do we Longwater? Where are you at? Do you remember the last panel? Who was here at the last panel when I asked for him to come out and bring out the mic for questions and he didn't come? And he's doing it again. Where's the stage manager? There he is.
Oh, we got hands. Look at all the hands. We got hands. Let's go to the first hand to see over here. You got a question? Hold it for you.
Hi. So, yeah, I can stand up. Hi. So, my question, how much did you know about your individual character arcs when you started the series? Like, did you know that Sabine would wield the dark saber or Ezra would find a new mentor in Maul? How much did you know going in?
That's a great question. And if you know a little bit about Dave Filoni, you know that he tells you you're on a need to know basis with Dave, and he feels like you need to know very little. So we would learn, major major plot points and character, arcs very soon, close to out when we actually recorded them. So like when we first started, we sort of knew had a general sense of the character and like some of Sabine's backstory. I feel like, yeah, we got like a crash course in our characters, but we had no idea where we were going in the long run. And even like scripts, we would get scripts sometimes like the night before we had a recording session. Yeah, but it worked. I mean, it's like Dave Filoni knows what he's doing. It always worked. But no, we weren't given a lot of information very much in advance.
Yeah, I found out that Hera had a baby live at the finale while eating a protein bar, discreetly eating a protein bar because I'm always eating. And I was like, huh? And there's a gif of my face like, I did what now with a who what?
I was sitting next to you during that, and I thought you broke my arm.
No. Bro, and I didn't know that they had like night vision goggles like filming our reactions. I looked over and I'm like, And yeah, I didn't know I had a baby, so we're definitely on a need-to-know basis. That happened, in real time. I was like, "Wow, okay." Tia's the only one who knew, but
that was
any chance that's on YouTube?
I'm sorry.
Your reaction? Any chance that's on YouTube?
It's
God,
on I get gifts all the time. They're like, "You look great, Marshall. Good job. Way to look alive." Yeah, I didn't think there would be a camera on me for any reason. I didn't know I had a baby. I mean, I probably would be like, yeah, a space mom. She's like finally like a real mom, like some precious moment, and I'm like, yeah, whatever.
And then you started crying a lot.
What's that?
Then you started crying.
Oh yeah, no, of course I was sobbing. Yeah.
But sometimes Dave would give us information in the studio as we were recording.
Texting it sometimes and then making you delete it off your phone.
Yeah, he ripped out half a page of his script and handed it to me and said, say this. And it was a very pivotal moment. And I didn't know that was coming. None of us knew that was coming. And it was amazing.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that Dave really loved is to keep things organic. So he wanted us to discover at the same pace that the audience was discovering. So for guys like me, I have no memory anyway, so it was easy. But for them, and she's right, he would rip a single page out at a time with just our lines on it, so we would have no idea what everybody else was doing. We didn't know how it was going to end. There were Tia knew, and Freddie knew.
Freddie didn't know.
Freddie didn't know?
No, I was.
Oh, you were the only one who knew.
Freddie didn't know the ending, but he knew. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he knew. Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't. Freddie's not here,
Trust
so we can
tree.
say anything we want about him. Yeah. Yeah, but Dave called it, what was the trust tree?
The trust tree.
The trust tree.
How
was
I
not
got on that trust tree, I have no idea.
I did not get a branch on the trust tree.
Nope.
So.
I will say that I had no idea what I was. Basically, we had our last recording session ever of Rebels. We were all, very sad, and it was a big hug and cry fest. And we were all going to have a big group dinner, cast and producers and everyone. So everyone was heading to dinner, and Dave was like, "You may all go. You stay." And I was like, and when I say everyone, he dismissed everybody but the one sound engineer that had to be there to like record my voice, and Dave and me, which was terrifying and intimidating. And he walks into the sound booth and he hands me like a notepad that had been folded up because he didn't even want to type it lest someone somehow get a hold of it like electronically. It was handwritten. and I read it and I started crying because I didn't know what was going on. And then I had to keep that secret for what, like 8 months?
Awful.
Yeah, that was like the best kept secret I successfully have kept in my life.
He would also draw pictures for us for context. He's an amazing artist. Some people don't know that about David. He's an amazing artist. And if we weren't quite getting it, or he felt we needed more context, he'd whip out this insanely brilliant drawing. Go, here, this is what it's going to look like. Just, try to make that work.
But that's every year you look forward to the Lucas Christmas cards because it's just, this amazing artwork by Dave.
Ridiculous.
I had him sign my badge once at Celebration, and usually you just sign him this, and he spent like 8 minutes, and he drew like a clone trooper, covered my entire ass. He's a great guy. Longwater, where you at?
I'm right here. I got a question.
All right, this is actually, I'll stand up. This is actually piggybacking. You guys seem to be addressing this in a roundabout way, but what I want to know is was it a table read? Was it a script? When did you guys read the spot that happened on top of the fuel pod, and what was your reaction the first time you got it?
So that's where, obviously, where Kanan passed.
You were, yeah. You were trying to be diplomatic. He what?
Well, Freddie was gone, and we were like, wait, what? Yeah, it was a little awkward.
It was heartbreaking.
It was
I started
heartbreaking.
crying. I was really upset. I was mad at Dave. I was like, why are you having me do this? I was just like, and he goes, he literally said, Governor Price has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. And I was like, typecast again. Thanks, Dave. It was really, really hard. It was hard because, as I said, you're destroying a family member. You're breaking a family. And the stuff that Vanessa was doing was amazing. Oh, killed me.
Thank you. Yeah, it was traumatizing.
I found it so difficult the episode after.
Yeah.
Because we had created this thing that was together that you just expected to be there, this dynamic that we had. And we showed up for that episode. That's what I remember being so emotional about, was we were like, wait, where is he?
Yeah.
And that's similar to a lot of what your character was going through, because now everyone's like, oh, where's the Jedi? Oh, there he is. That now it's just you, and it's just, it's not the pair.
I thought it was cool that they Dave said he wanted to put it in the middle of the season so that he could help us all process grief and show. He could have just done it at the end. It could have been a great cliffhanger, but he wanted us all to heal together and go through something like that as a Star Wars family, to demonstrate that we can get through things together. And he wanted to see how we heal with the remainder of the season. So I thought that was really cool.
He did enjoy watching us suffer, though, I think.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Keep secrets, keep them suffering. That's what we want to do. You get a little reward for a good question. That was like the best question we've had in a while. Longwater, where you at?
I'm right over here if I remember to keep my microphone on. Stand up.
Hi, I have a question for Tia, and this is kind of off the wall.
Great.
You were in another great show called The Good Place. And so my question is, if you could drop any of your cast members in either the good or the bad place, where would they go and what would their jobs be?
Oh my
Great
God.
question.
Obviously, it would be Chopper, immediately to the bad place. And he would be, sorry, man. He would be one of those like lava, the lava monster guy that like takes a smoke break every few minutes. I don't know. I think sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, he's got a saw. Look at that.
He's got like a rotary saw. Oh dear.
He's going to cut you. Careful.
So was that it? Was that your answer?
Do you need more of that answer? That was my answer.
Where you at, Longwater? Wow, you're moving around. You're a hopping little Disney guy.
What do we have? I move around. This is how I get my workouts. Stand up, please. Stand up.
Along the lines of big losses, I have a particular question for you, Taylor. What was it like in Twilight of the Apprentice to work with Ashley and... Oh, sorry. It's messing up. And can you describe what you think Ezra's emotions were seeing Ahsoka possibly cut down forever in front of his eyes?
It was pretty intense because we were also dealing with Vader at this moment. And Something happened at the beginning of the show when we started. We all kind of gauged where we were with our Star Wars knowledge. And Dave told me where I was at to not watch anything more. So I didn't know all of the backstory of certain things, yet I would have Sam Witwer and Freddie both in my ear proselytizing, telling me, oh no, this isn't good. You should be on this side, that side. And I remember just trying to grasp the idea that this is the culmination of a very big story. But Vader was there, so I just expected it to be over. And I think that's kind of a testament to the power of Ahsoka and why everyone really loves it. And her.
All right, I'm way in the back. Look how big this room is. Can everyone see me? All right. I got a question over here. Stand up, please.
So when it comes to Jason Sandula, for those of you who know that is, Tia, do you know if his hair was green because you got a hold of him?
That would be something that Sabine would do. No, I think that was a genetic situation. I'm not gonna.
I'd love to know.
Did you notice what color I am? No. Wow. That went like a really evil wave all the way across the audience.
The thing is, I'm the one who's going to get in trouble for it. I know.
He's got my
Always me.
eyes. All I can say is he's got my eyes.
Hey, this is mainly for Steve. First of all, my friend Josh says hi. And my question is, if Zeb and Wolverine were to meet, what would they say to each other?
Well, Zeb would just say, oh, Carabas. And Wolverine would go, just say, back off, bub. And then they'd cut each other to pieces. Wolverine would heal, Zeb would go bleed for a while, and they'd be best friends. Eat a Melu run, casserole. I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna have her come out here so you can see her.
Will Ezra and Sabine get married?
Oh.
That is the sneakiest way to ask that question.
That's my friend Zelda, by the way. Hi, Zelda.
Speaking of friends, my best friend from high school just walked in. I love you. Thank you so much for coming. Shanna, I love you so much. Thank you. Oh my God, I'm going to cry.
I think Dave Filoni would be best, would be the best person to answer that question. Yes.
I don't have a good answer because I don't know the answer. It's only Dave. There's one person that knows, and it's Dave Filoni. Yeah. So if you ever get a chance to meet that guy, I would love for you to ask him that question.
And I'm sure he'll give you an honest answer.
And then tell me what he said.
All right, right over here. Stand up. So I know it's already happened to Steve, but are you guys excited to see yourself in live action in the Ahsoka show this year?
I think he means the live action version of your characters.
You go.
No, I'm sorry. You're asking. You asked Steve?
No, he said Steve's already. It's already happened for Steve, but are the rest of us excited?
That's Steve
Oh.
right there, the guy next to you. That's Steve.
Yes, you're green. Got it. Okay, great. Yes, I am beyond thrilled. I cannot wait. I have so many questions. Will Jason be there? Is he force sensitive? Will he grow Leku? There's so many things we need to know. And I've said before, my biggest fear was that the on-camera version would be someone who doesn't care about Star Wars. That would break my heart. And not that that would ever happen, but I'm just saying that was my worst fear. But when I found out that it's Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I sighed with so much relief. I mean, she's married to Obi-Wan. Come on, you guys. We're so good. She's so wonderful. She's yet another badass female actress. She's an incredibly strong woman. We are in good hands. I cannot wait to watch it all together and just experience and learn all these questions, not only about Jason, but where is Ezra? You know, we are going to get our questions answered finally, and I'm deeply grateful. So,
Kevin, were you trying to point somebody out to me?
Right there. The second row. Coming up. Behind that goofy-looking guy in the red
Here,
shirt. He's a friend of mine.
Hi guys. Tia, my corgi misses you from Washington. Yes, we couldn't bring him. Sorry.
So sad.
The question that I have is, we didn't know until the end of the show that Dave Filoni voiced the King, Chopper. So when you were recording, did Dave Filoni give you what Chopper was saying? Like the two examples I have is Twin Sons, and then when you were holding the katakuri with the wall and Chopper was talking to you, and he's talking very slow. Did you know the lines that Chopper was saying? Did Dave kind of give you that?
Yes, they were written parenthetically. It said wop, 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 wop. And then underneath in parentheses, he was comforting me. And yeah, it was helpful to at that point really know Chop. Chop, I love you, man. Thanks for being there. Yeah, see, you won't cut me. You know what time it is. Exactly. Yeah.
That's another great question from the audience. You guys, ICC's the best. I'm telling you, you guys are awesome. I got time for one more question.
I got one right over here that I made a promise.
All right, so besides Chopper, who's each of your favorite droids?
Besides Chopper, who's your favorite droid? Is that what you asked?
Droid? R2?
R2.
R2?
R2.
Gonk.
The OG.
And the mouse.
All right, we could maybe do one more long water. Where are you at? Long water. And if anybody asks me, my favorite droid is IG-88, but that's besides the point.
One more question. I'm coming around.
How about the Hera? Oh, you got to get the Hera. Get the Hera. Everybody loves Hera.
I want to know what's something that each of you knew or think. Oh no. Wait. Okay. For example, some people feel like, okay, Hera can't cook, so maybe Zeb or Kanan did the cooking. What's something fun about your character you think about them?
Wait, we can't hear. We can't make out what you're saying because it's cutting in and out.
What's something fun about your character you imagine about them that doesn't necessarily come out on scene? Like, for example, does Zeb love those waffles? Or Hera doesn't cook, Kanan does the cooking. Like, what's something fun you think about your character that doesn't make it on the show?
Is there a part of your character from the show that you don't think might have reached? That's something maybe in the back of your head that you had. Sometimes you come up with a back plan for your character and it just maybe doesn't come out. Maybe that's kind of what she's asking.
Governor Price loved karaoke. She had a really good time. Really, really good time. It was mostly just in her own chamber, but she loved Creep. She would sing Creep all the time. Very good singing voice. Very, very good.
Ezra's real name is Jabba the Hutt.
Zeb likes to juggle loth cats.
Thanks, Mom.
Hera is really big on the sabacc scene. She keeps it on the down low, but it's her little side hustle. Yeah.
We all know that Sabine is an amazing visual artist, but what we don't know is that she is a kick-ass breakdancer.
Oh yeah.
She keeps
see
it
a
on the
little.
DL.
What's spraying? With spray cans in her hands. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you guys for coming, guys and gals, for coming to this panel. It was an absolute blast.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you so much.
And I
for
understand-
watching the show.
And you guys, I'm sorry.
I was just saying thank you to everyone for watching the show.
I want to thank you guys too. Looks like we had a full house.
We love you.
Fantastic.
We
Thank you for
love
having
you.
us. Thunderous round of applause, everybody.
Long live the Empire. Thank you for coming.
Greetings, gentle beings. We are gathered here from galaxies far, far away to witness the union of these two hearts, Kat and Ted. The voyage through life is one that we each must travel on our own, but it helps to have a great co-pilot. Today, we are here to join Kat and Ted in a galactic union that transcends the Jedi Code and defies the Imperial Senate. Love is not something to be regulated by codes and laws. Love is with us all today, just as surely as the Force moves us. Surrounded here today by friends of all species and from galaxies across the fandoms, we bear witness to the love of these two rebels.
Ted, my Canaan, to my Hera, you've sacrificed so much for me, and it's not lost on me. Much like Rose and the doctor, it's hard to see one without the other. But I would never have hesitated to take your hand and jump into the TARDIS with you. You are my balance, similar to how the integrity of a Gryffindor balances the ambitions of a Slytherin. Slytherin is still the superior house. Emma mentioned co-pilots, which means I'm the Chewie to your Han, but you're also the Chakotay to my Janeway. It took 38 years to find you, and I couldn't have hoped for a better partner to continue this journey with. My Jedi, my love, and my sock mate.
Kat, you have elevated my entire life. I know now that I was lost all these years without you. And I have no regrets. And I am so thankful that I found you. I am forever grateful. You are the Hera to my Canaan. And I can't wait to see what life brings us. You are my sock mate forever and always.
By the power vested in me by the United Federation of Planets and by the Jedi Council, I now pronounce you partners bonded in love. May you live long and prosper, and the Force be with you always.
When they turn up my microphone, there we go. Congratulations, Kat, Rebel 1, and Ted, Rebel 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I just have a quick update. If you have children in the building, you may want to check their lanyards and see if they are missing a badge. So if you have a child with a missing badge, please see somebody. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special clip that we want to show you, and then we will proceed with the festivities. Let her roll.
Good, Andy, good. Kill him. Kill him now.
You could actually save people from death.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. It's treason. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader.
The Death Star will be completed on schedule.
You've done well, Lord Vader. And now I sense you wish to continue your search for young Skywalker. I'm looking forward to completing your training. In time, you will call me Master.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome panel host Kevin Lyle to the stage.
That's the third time, Longwater. All right, welcome to a fantastic panel and the next 45 minutes of the best 45 minutes of this year for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the Emperor himself, Mr.
Ian McDermott! Happy anniversary.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Not bad. Nice to see you.
Yes, so we are at the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, just the same chairs as last year. with
I
the
know.
same
It's
squeak. Remember the
exciting
squeak?
all I can do. It's what I did in the movie. You know, you couldn't see my feet moving. Who needs technology? Sorry.
So how have you been?
How have I been? I've been fine, I think. Yes. As the emperor would say, I'm still alive.
That's great. So we're just passing the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi just a couple days ago. So how does it? Is it
Right.
just unbelievable how it's been that much time?
I know. I was just a kid then, a kid of 37. It's incredible. And then I went backwards for a bit, you know, and then I came forwards again, and then I got killed, and then I was reincarnated. What a way to spend your life, eh?
So that was the last thing we talked about the last time you were here. We talked about your first time in Star Wars, your
Yeah.
second time in the prequels,
Yeah.
your third time in the sequels,
Yeah.
and then I asked, "You're going to be lucky a fourth time," and you were like, "Eh." But
Yeah, I don't think I knew then, but yes, that.
oh yes, you knew.
Did I listen to him? And the Obi-Wan series, yes, suddenly demanded my presence, and I. It would have been churlish to refuse, and I appeared in a hologram, as you will no doubt recall, and that was done in London at a big studio with a lot of green screen, and the director and everybody else in Los Angeles. That's technology for you. And I had to pretend to see Hayden and pretend to listen to the great James Earl Jones. What could be more fun than that?
It was a great scene. I wish it was longer. It was pretty quick, but I want to go back a little bit and talk about your early career. Did you before you became a professional actor? Did you always want to be an actor? Was that something you?
I didn't really know much about acting when I was a kid, except at school. They did one year when I was 10 years old, and in primary 7, I think it was, they did a mime of the great Australian song, Waltzing Matilda. Yeah, oh, yes, you know it. There you are. Australian? You're from Sydney or somewhere like that? Okay. And the teacher said, does anyone want to volunteer? I mean, we would use the word audition now, for the part of the tramp, you know, glamorous part, clearly. And I was a very shy kid, but I found that this arm shot up. And so they put my name down, and then a few other guys sort of did it. And I sat there, who did I think I was, thinking I could do it better than them. And I didn't know what it was, you know, it was clearly acting. Anyway, I did it, and they gave me the part. And I performed in front of the school and in front of the school choir to an audience assembled, not unlike the one I'm looking at now. And he has the tramp. Of course, it's all mimed because the vocals are coming from the choir. And the last line is he dives into a waterhole called a billabong, which you'll know, and he survives, sort of. Anyway, his arm comes up at the end. I must have known this was going to happen. And the choir sing, "You'll never take me alive," said he. So I was doing my first bit of acting like that. And Leslie Davison, a young girl who, even at the age of 10, I found rather attractive, said, "Oh, look, Ian McDermott's got constipation." So that was also my first review. They've been worse since.
I'm just trying to imagine a little 10-year-old in the Emperor's voice. You'll never take me alive. You know.
I know.
I can't do it as well as you.
No, I couldn't do it then either. I could hardly speak. I was so nervous. Yep.
And then so you did that, and you were like, "This seems like something I can do, and it's fun."
Yes,
and
it just to finish the answer to your question, I just thought that this is something inside me that that wants to get out, some terrible monster. And I didn't think, oh, I am an actor, therefore I will just go and act. But I think there's something about it that just happened, and it's been that way ever since, really.
Never really thought about it. And when people say, should I become an actor? I'll say, no, I'm not sure you'd ask that question. You probably are one if you are an actor, and it'll emerge one way or another. And but different people have, different approaches, and different things happen to them. But it was, it was just sort of part of me, I think.
And did you afterwards go to drama school? Did you get in?
I did, but before that, I went to, because I was scared. I didn't know about professional acting, and I didn't know how you became one, and no one encouraged me. I mean, my father was okay, but he said, you want to get a decent job, you can do that sort of thing in your spare time. So I wasn't encouraged, and I was lucky enough to get the qualifications to go to university. And I studied social science, which was mainly psychology and philosophy. And because my friends were doing that, and I'd passed the requisite exams. Well, I wasn't happy, and I thought, I don't want to spend the rest of my life being a clinical psychologist, which was, if I'd stayed the course, what I would have ended up being. So I scraped my degree. I really didn't work very hard. I was surprised to see my name under the passes on the university board, but I thought, okay, I've satisfied my father. He will think it's something I can fall back on. Never trusted that phrase, really. And now I'll try and be an actor. So I applied for drama schools, and the one in Scotland, in Glasgow, the Royal Scottish Academy of Dramatic Art, accepted me. And then I was older, but I was about 21. So once again, I was sort of the older person in the room, but delighted to be surrounded by people who wanted to do the same thing as I did. That was liberating in itself, and that's how it all started.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there someone in that school who's familiar to the audience that you also went to school with?
Yes, very good friend of mine, a man called Dennis Lawson, who I think you probably know as Wedge. Yeah. And actually, before that, we were in an amateur drama group in Dundee together. And then we didn't know we'd applied, but we got in independently to this drama school, and we shared a flat for a number of years. And we became very good friends indeed. That goes on. And then, of course, a little later, Dennis had a nephew. So the family connection went on. And I remember when Ewan and I'd known Ewan through Dennis before, and he came to see Dennis and me in a play at the theatre in London that I was running. And of course, his career. And when we met on the set, or at the first reading really, for Phantom Menace, he said, "Oh my God, Ian, you were on my duvet." So, links are amazing, aren't they? But here we all are, and it was nice to be back in his series. I thought that series, if I can express a personal opinion, was really good. And the thing I liked about it most was it had, because of the evolving nature of the characters, and indeed of you lot, it had a special poignancy. And when he took Anakin's daughter on that journey, not being able to tell her who her father was, while having to meet him again in a highly conflicted situation, I found that really, really, really moving. And the great thing about those movies is, they go on and some people say, "Oh my God, not another one," But if you're on the emotional journey, you sort of want to know the next emotional step. And that series really typified that, I think.
Okay, good. I'm just a couple more things about your early career, like in your 20s and 30s when you were just getting out. Is there a standout performance in that time period? Maybe a play or a film or anything like that?
What of anything? You mean not?
In your early years in acting, when you were coming up the ladder, so to speak.
As stand-up performers, yes, there were always actors I admired and hoped I'd emulate in some way. There's a wonderful stage actor called John Wood. I mean, he did movies as well, who had this amazing sort of extrovert style, but he had the ability to speak any kind of language as if he just thought of it, which is the gift of acting, really. And he played lots of Shakespearean roles. I remember one in particular, Brutus and Julius Caesar. And he did sound as if he was making it up on the spot. And that's not as easy to do in Shakespeare as it is in anything else. And I remember thinking, there's no real point in being an actor on stage unless you can do that thing unless you can mint thought. In other words, look as if you've just thought of the thing you're about to say, or suddenly find you're saying something while meaning something else. And it's a difficult thing to do all the time, but I think that is, going back to all those years of the constipated acting from the Billabong. That's what you have to strive to do. And I say to young actors who want to do Shakespeare, and sometimes they're daunted by it. You know, all the verse, it's so complicated. Do I have to say it like that? Couldn't I just, simplify it? I'd say, no, don't say you have to say it like that. Look at the number of springboards and possibilities of ways of saying it. And don't be scared by the fact that we don't use those words anymore. We use other words that mean the same thing, and dig into yourself to find where they resonate, and you'll be fine.
Do you have a particular favorite Shakespeare character you've played?
Yes, I've played a lot of them. I'm perverse, really. There's a play of Shakespeare's that I did in Chicago, and it's hardly ever done because it's not his best. And it's various other hands, I think, have been, involved in writing it. Though we don't know and we can't prove anything. And that's Timon of Athens. And he has a very peculiar trajectory as a character. He's very wealthy initially, and he has lots of friends who, well, sponge on him, really, take advantage of his wealth. But he doesn't mind, but he also mistakes, their friendliness for generosity, where they really just, want his money and a good time. And then he loses all his money suddenly, and he goes to his friends and, to be colloquial about it, asks to borrow a few bucks, and they tell him where to go. Not one of them will give him a penny. So then he becomes extremely furious and vengeful and goes out into the desert, to give up on humanity, to become a misanthropist, really. And he's digging in the earth, trying to find some food, a root or something. And guess what? He discovers gold. So he gets this strange reward and then decides to punish most of the people, who've wronged him in the past. Yeah. You can see the links, can't you, in the kind of parts I play. But it's not a very satisfying play in the end because he just dies. Nothing dramatic happens. But the one I have my eye on, and I'm shortly, I'm afraid to admit, going to be age appropriate, is King Lear, who has everything to do. So we'll see.
Where will that be? Maybe
I don't know yet.
London?
There's a group of people who have been extremely helpful, and we're trying to get it on. It'll be in England or Scotland somewhere, and then once we get it on, if somebody wants to pick it up internationally, I don't suppose we'll say no.
So there's a small chance for Fairfield, Connecticut.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. That's on the list.
Okay, good.
So yes.
Good. What's the big difference between acting in theater as opposed to film?
Yes, of course it comes from the same place, but they are quite different. On film, you're being photographed, obviously, and you must allow thoughts and feelings to emerge in the hope that the many times you do it and the many angles of the camera will capture that, and that later on it will be of use to the director and the editor when they're making the film, because in the end, they're the ones who have to make sense of it all. I mean, you've had the script, you've done your best, but you're a very small part of it. And that's not to denigrate it in any way. That's what acting on film is about. It's about surrendering yourself, really, to the camera. In the theater, you do the work of the projector. You are the projector. The play doesn't have any meaning unless it transmits. Say you were in the theater now watching a play, to you, directly. And that's the thrill of it. And of course, we do it a lot. And after we've rehearsed and worked and know where the lights are and all the other things, we can forget about all that and just concentrate on trying to bring it alive, to mint thought every evening. And that is, that's a power, it's a powerful. And for the artist who is, a lot of people say actors are just interpreters. I'm a bit arrogant about that. I said, no, I think we're artists, Although we're using other people's words most of the time, it's what we bring to those words that brings it alive. But, well, you've got the answer in the title, live theater. You know, live human beings in a space with other human beings, hoping something exciting is going to happen.
I guess you get like an energy from it, like the audience.
Yes, yes, it's interesting. Nerves, we've all got nerves, fears as actor, and we sort of use that. It's called adrenaline. None of us really understands how it works, but you're always nervous, really, before you go on stage, but it's a good kind of nerves. Initially, in my case, it's not such a good kind of nerves. When we've rehearsed and we have to face the audience for the first time, you know, that's the point of it all, isn't it? I think maybe I could do another job, or maybe I could go to the airport and get on the next plane, because it's then you know whether what you've been rehearsing for or what you're going to do has any chance of being worthwhile, and you know it not just by laughter if it's a comedy, preferably not laughter if it's not, but you never know. People can do what they want, but also that every now and again there may be that special kind of silence, which is about a group, oh, you're doing it now, about a group of people really listening. But after that first preview is out of the way, and by and large you think, oh, that's going to happen, it'll be different every night, then you know you're on that journey. But every night before the stage, what I do, I only became aware of it when somebody pointed out, I walk up and down all the time. I suppose that's a way of just sort of getting the energy together. Then I hear the cue, and I go on, and we see what happens. But that's why I prefer it, you know, to movies, because I have the power.
So So we're gonna open it to the audience for some questions, and I hope there's a lot of you. So I'm sure there's gonna be some pretty good questions here. So Longwater, is he back? There he comes. There he comes. David Longwater.
We
my
got a
boss.
lot of hands for the Emperor. Let's go right up front here.
Hi, how are you today?
Hello, well, thank you.
When you first got the role in Empire Strikes Back, how much of the character did you know, and were you involved in any development between Empire and Return of the Jedi?
I knew there's a great word that comes up in King Lear. All the characters say it at some time, and it is nothing. You know, I turned up for the interview that day knowing I was going to meet George Lucas and nothing more. I didn't even know it was an interview. And then, you know, you've heard the story a few times, so I won't bore you to death by repeating it. But when I got back home and the phone rang and my agent said, you've got the part. And I said, what part? And he said, oh, hang on a minute. You know, looked through his notes and said, apparently it's called the Emperor of the Universe. So I said, oh, well, apparently we'll be doing it then. And you know the rest. And then, you know, cars arrived, and I went for contact lenses fittings. I think that was the first thing that happened. And then they said, we'd like you to come in for a makeup fitting, followed by a costume fitting. Great, okay. So I went in and had the makeup. I was in the very capable, brilliantly talented hands of Nick Dudman, who changed my face. And I watched it grow. I mean, a bit like the transformation scene in Revenge of the Sith. Slowly, you know, this monster emerged. I thought, oh, that's the Emperor. I didn't even know he was old. I mean, they tell you absolutely nothing. I assumed he was old.
They didn't give you a photograph? Or
No, that might be released unofficially. That would be terrible. And even the title of the film wasn't the title you know about that. It wasn't Return of the Jedi. It was it called Blue Harvest? Something like that on all the scripts. So it was total mystery. And then you know, it took a long time to put the makeup on, and you know, almost as long to take it off. It was fine. I liked it. It was a great thing to watch it happen. And then they said, okay, now you've got the costume fitting. I thought, oh, it's 7 o'clock. Don't people go home? Or that? I thought, well, you know, whatever. And they said, oh, it won't take long. But I was rather disappointed. I imagined I'd have some marvelous robes, you know, imperial robes, like a Chinese emperor, perhaps. You know, I'd be fitted for all sorts of things. And so they came with this black thing. And I thought, oh, that's tasteful. That's a robe. It's a dressing gown before I, you know, go and do the fitting for the real thing. And they said, no, that's it. Oh, and by the way, it's got a hood. Oh, right, okay. So I pulled it up. And I looked in the mirror with this horrible face, and I thought, that's clever. It's simple. It's effective. And I had no idea. I thought maybe he had a wardrobe at home that he'd change into later, fat chance. So there I was slowly assembled to this character called the Emperor of the Universe. And then through the script, I worked out that I was Darth Vader's boss. And I think we got the script sort of day by day. People arrived and they took it away, and it's all incredibly secret. Things haven't changed. And on the first day of filming, I was all set with my yellow eyes, my hideous face, my black robe, a stick, and a clasp, which was fitted at the last moment. They went out, I think, to a local shop. They thought, oh my, we're going to tie it together somehow, and got this clasp, which has subsequently, they tell me, become legendary. I think it was about, 5 shillings from the shop on the corner. And then I arrived on set, and Dave Tomlin, who was the first assistant director, who's in charge, as I'm sure you know, he's a great guy, wonderful man. He said, hi, Ian, I'm Dave. Oh, hello, Dave. And they'd led me up with the contact lenses, which only gave me direct vision, and hardly that, to the top of those stairs. And he said, well, you know the scene. I said, yeah, well, I hope so. He said, well, there's, some guys down there in white, and of course Vader's at the bottom of the steps. We're going to do some smoke, and then go. So that's what happened. They did a lot of smoke, went straight into my eyes. I couldn't see a thing. I could see that the steps were there, and I thought, no, I must concentrate on one thing, and that's not falling, not standing on the rope and falling down the steps. So my first entrance, which people said it was mysterious, very strong. Oh, yeah, you're really into it, I could see. Was about trying not to fall over. And then I got to the bottom of the steps, and there was Dave. I was expecting to see him. Dave Prowse way up there, and I knew he would be speaking in his own Bristolian accent, and it wouldn't make any difference because I wouldn't hear a word anyway. So I had worked out in advance. I knew it was going to be James Earl Jones, of course. So I'd sort of worked in my head how long James might take to say the lines, and then I came in and said mine. And I thought, well, that must have been disastrous. And George went, hi, Ian, that was good. We recorded that. Wait, do it again, do you mind? No. I said, well, I thought we'd do it again another 50 times. The great thing about George was he didn't waste time. If he got it in the first, second, or third take, that was it. So that photograph that some of you bring to the table of me standing beside Dave was that very day. And I think they said, before you go back and do it again, would you just pause for some still photographs? So that was my introduction. Long answer to your question, but that's how I became an emperor.
I'm going to swing right down this way. This is the perks of VIP here in the front. Nobody in the front row has a question. We're going to come right over here then. I could listen to Ian do George Lucas's impersonation all day long.
Sir Ian, how are you?
Hi.
It's an honor.
Just
Your character, Palpatine, has had such an indelible effect on all of our lives. I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we quote Palpatinisms constantly. When I'm with my dog, I say, no, no. Or I'll say, you want this? Or when I'm lying in my bed in the morning, I don't want to go to work, I say, do it. So I have to ask you a question. In your normal, regular life, do you ever do a Palpatine voice?
Well, only when I'm feeling really evil. But no, I do it. I don't do requests in the voice because otherwise you never stop, But the easiest one to say is do it. And you probably know that happened quite by chance when we were doing that scene with Hayden and Ewan and the late, great Christopher Lee. And we did do that a lot of times. I can't remember the reason, but we did. So I was saying do it a lot. And as slimy Palpatine, not as the Emperor, just, do it. And by about the 20th take, I just said it in an irritated fashion, which I'll now do for you, and you'll remember, do it. And then I went to sort of apologize to my fellow actors and George, and he went, that's the one.
And I got my George Lucas impression.
Thank you, Glenn, for your question. It's Glenn Nelson from High Adventure, one of the band playing here this weekend.
Hello.
I was wondering, you mentioned something about your studying psychology before and the adrenaline rush when you go up right before you go on stage. Do you find that there's a therapeutic element to that, being able to put on like somebody who's like the epitome of evil? And second of all, how do you channel that so that
Yeah,
it is what we see? Yeah.
yes, I don't know if I do channel it. I think it lives with me every day. No, that's not true. No, I don't know. It's something like that first day. It's just something that sort of happens and you swing into, and revisiting the part so many times. I find I didn't have to, think about how it might sound or how I might do it. I would just, I would just do it because he was sort of there and around me. But it doesn't affect me. Others may contradict me, but I don't think it affects me psychologically at all. I either, therapeutically in terms of getting all that bile out, or dramatically and worryingly by taking it home and having to sort of discard it and unwind the evil before I could have a drink. The drink helps, by the way. But I'm not really that kind of actor, which makes me sound very superficial. But for me, acting isn't like that. A great actor who you will be familiar with, Judi Dench, Dame Judi Dench. If you ever work with her, and I've had the privilege of being on stage with her, and if she's playing, particularly if she's playing a very serious part, she will be joking right up to the last minute. And then she'll go on stage and she'll be transformed into the character. It doesn't matter. More likely if it's a serious part. In fact, when she played Lady Macbeth, I've never seen so many giggles before, she actually got on stage. But then the minute she got on stage, it happened. And she would say, that to me is how I do it. That's how it works. And I suppose you have to rely on the fact that it's there. You could go on stage and still keep giggling. But as far as I know, except in unguarded moments, she's never done that. So yeah, that's how adrenaline works or doesn't work for me. But it's a very interesting thing, and it's certainly a component of fear. It's sort of fear gets you there. It's weird, isn't it? And in a film set, it's different. You try to be as calm as possible, and it's not difficult to be calm unless particularly if you've got a director whom you trust and admire. And I've been lucky; hardly any situations I've been in that hasn't been the case. Because they're there apart from, for strong artistic reasons, to relax you, to give you confidence. That doesn't mean to flatter you into the ground or anything like that, but just to give you the space to do the work you want to do. The other great thing about the films I've been lucky enough to be involved in, it's true of most films actually, you're surrounded by people who are the best at what they do in the country, sometimes in the world. So that you're surrounded by absolute talent and concentration. And if you can feed off that and not be intimidated by it, that's the best thing. And that enables you to give of your best with any luck.
Dave, you got a question?
I got a question right over here.
Hello.
Hi.
It is a very pleasure to meet you, never to get to see you. My question is, the emperor has came back so many times when we thought he was dead. Are you going to be coming back in any of the Old Republic or any of the other, movies that they're getting ready to come out with?
Well, I hate to disappoint you, ma'am, but I wouldn't be telling you if I were. But
Just like you didn't tell us last year.
I know.
Presence might be felt, and then there we are.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm full of Sith. But I don't listen. I mean, I've been the thing about the three incarnations, if you like, the initial movie we're celebrating just now, the prequels and the sequels. Every time I was surprised. I was surprised to be an emperor, and I was surprised to be a senator, and then I was surprised to be alive. on the third one. So maybe they've got some other surprises up their sleeve, and I'd be very willing to hear about them. But so far, not to be too coy about it, I've got nothing to report.
So that's a maybe.
No,
I've
it's
got
not.
one more.
See, now I'm lost, of course. I can't, and I would never lie. I know you can, fiddle around with the truth at the edges. God knows there are enough people doing that these days, and not so much at the edges either. But the thing is, when I like just now, genuinely, there's nothing on the table for the character at the moment. It's true. But you see, even saying that, they'll think that's what he's got to say, or that's how he gets out of it this time. And God forbid I say no comment, because then they go, oh, you're doing it then. You can't win.
Kevin, he was prepared for you this year.
Yeah.
All right, ready.
Hi, sir. Shane from 5 Idiots Talking Toys podcast. Big fan. I just wanted to say that there's a lot of people in this room that had a very similar experience with the three trilogies as children, as young adults, and then as parents. So it's been a really fun experience following along with all that. Now, on the flip side, you've had a very unique experience, I think, amongst the folks who were involved with Star Wars in being involved in all three trilogies.
That's right. Anthony Daniels holds the record. He would like me to
Yes.
point that out.
Yes, he won't let you forget that.
Yeah.
My specific question is can you tell us a little bit about what it was like, the difference between joining obviously a phenomenon already with Return of the Jedi and the huge fan support of that, and then the difference in coming back about 14, 15 years later and, bringing that back to the general public, finally revisiting that world, learning the genesis of a lot of those characters. Did you feel that as the movie came closer to releasing, did you feel that fan support and that excitement? And what was that experience like?
Fan support is a very interesting thing. Big movies have lots of fan bases. But, Star Wars sort of started it all. I mean, there've always been film fans, people who loved things and wanted autographs. I was one of them when I was a kid. But this is the original franchise, the original building of a huge fan base. And the extraordinary thing, not such an extraordinary thing when you look at the quality of the movies, that it's gone really from strength to strength. And George said, well, there'll be the guys of our generation, and we're very close in age, George and I, who'll say the original films are the best and the prequels are no good. And then there'll be the next generation, or perhaps the next generation but one, who will come up and say, no, the prequels are the best. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the way it should be. Because these films can grow with the generations. I was on Ewan's duvet then. You know what happened subsequently. But there's no franchise like the Star Wars franchise. A lot of other good ones, great ones, and lots of, fan bases for very good reasons. But this is the one that started it all. And I also, I came to doing conventions fairly late. I mean, not that late. I've been doing it for a while now. And meeting the fans was an interesting experience too, because what I've just been talking about, you could see how those movies passed through the generations and how much they meant to each past, present, and no doubt subsequent generations. And I think that's been almost the most fulfilling thing about occasions like this weekend. You see how people have been, in a sense, molded by the films and how it's been part of their life. What I like about that, and additionally, is that George was always very discreet about the political content of the films. In fact, he didn't talk about them in those terms at all. But it was always there, and people used to talk about, oh, those boring Senate scenes. Oh, who wants to know about the trade wars and everything else? But people are now going back and slightly unpicking those scenes, and they see how they relate to politics today and about the rise and fall of various democracies. In fact, my new favorite line at the moment is, I love democracy. That's the way to power, love democracy. then you might turn into an authoritarian by not using it.
I remember seeing that movie for the first time. That's Attack of the Clones, if I'm not mistaken. The beginning.
yeah.
People start laughing when you said that. I love
Yeah.
democracy. I love the republic.
Yeah.
Do we have another question over here at
I
Longwater?
believe we had somebody over in this area who had a question.
You can't see that guy's hand?
I've got one right here. Let's stop right in here. Stand up, please.
It's coming.
Hello, sir.
Oh, you're over there.
You were kind of leading into the question I'm about to ask you with your last response, but
I know I never shut up. Sorry.
no. Well, I really appreciate you doing that for me. My question is, in my opinion, since you the legacy of your work sort of epitomizes evil, I was curious what your thoughts are on how art can inform life and how we are reckoning with real evil in life, given your contribution.
It's a funny word, isn't it? Evil. I mean, it doesn't make you laugh much, but it's not an abstract thing. It's something you can see and feel and are aware of in aspects of your daily life. I think people said, talk to us about the emperor being the most evil creature around. He must have some kind of psychological flaw. Did he have a rough childhood, etc.? And I said, no, he's just a block of evil. And in a strange way, I thought that's what he was, just evil from birth. All he wanted to do was manipulate people. And he wasn't particularly interested in destroying them as an end in itself. He just wanted them to get out of the way on his ascension to the throne of absolute power. And I suppose that's what we see an arc of in our society. Just how people use various things and various people to ascend in order to have complete control, as the man said, absolute power. It was a joy to do those lines in that scene, and I thought I went much too far, and George kept encouraging me to go further. So that's sort of interesting what you say. But a lot of books have been written about the psychology of so-called evil and bad people and so on. There are some people who unquestionably, to refer to your psychological questions, who are psychopaths. That means that they have no ability to empathize at all with other human beings. Human life means nothing to them, not even their own, probably. They just kill. That's what they do. And they don't have a moral attitude to it because they don't have the morality gene. They're just incapable of empathy. And that's almost the definition of a psychopath. So I suppose if I was going to get highfalutin about the emperor, we could say he's just a psychopath.
In most films, they have it where like most of the villains try to play like they're actually the good guy and they're not really the villain. I always figured that Palpatine was just, I'm a villain and I'm going to wear it. Like it's
absolutely, yeah. He just treated it as a fact. You can call me what you like, is what his attitude to it. But who's the one who's controlling the galaxy? It is interesting that, and I think also you can sometimes be sidetracked by the word evil into thinking that it's a malign force, that it's just out there, and that's a danger in itself because then you don't attend to the human beings involved.
Longwood, can you give us one last quick
We got
question?
one more
It's gonna be real
question
quick.
right
I hope
here.
it's a yes and no. We're
What is your favorite Star Wars movie?
Revenge of the Sith. Oh, yours too.
All right, and on that note, that's a good note to end on. I want to thank you very much for coming to Nashville and coming to ICC again. It's been just wonderful talking to you again. It's been wonderful to see you here, and just thanks to God. Thanks a lot for coming.
Well, it's been great to talk to you and to see you all for the second time in the short space of a year. I said to Mike, they can't really want me back. They saw me last year, and he went, oh, yes, they do. So nice to be back. Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ian McDermott.
Huge round of applause for Ian McDermott and Kevin Lyle. Thank you so much for coming back 2 years in a row.
Thank you. See you around.
Stick around. We have an interview one-on-one with John Rhys Davies coming up shortly. Hang tight. We've got more content on the live stream as well for the folks at home. See you soon.
hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm currently at ICCC, the Imperial Commissary. Oh wait, actually, I should probably take this off at some point. I am here with the wonderful
Craig,
I'm here with Craig, and he is the owner of
the Horror and Sci-Fi Prop Preservation Association.
absolutely amazing. He's put me inside of a Scream 2 Ghostface costume. I'm a huge Scream fan. It's so cool to see what you guys have here today. Can you give me a little tour of like your favorite parts?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'll hand the
absolutely.
mic over to you while
Okay.
I take off this Ghostface
All
costume.
right, perfect.
Here with the wonderful
So here we
Craig,
have
and he is the owner of
all 4 houses the Horror of and Harry Sci-Fi Potter Prop robes Preservation from Association. various movies that we have.
Absolutely amazing.
We have a
He's put
collection
me
of
inside
Star
a Scream
Tours,
2 Ghostface costume. I'm a
employee
huge Scream
costumes.
fan. It's so cool to see what you guys have.
In our
Can you give me a
cases,
little
we
tour of
have
your favorite
various
parts?
items from fantasy, superhero, Marvel. We have Jack Skellington, production-made heads. One of Daniel Radcliffe's wands from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. We have The Last Starfighter, G.I. Joe, a little bit of horror, Silent Hill, the Necromonger costume from Chronicles of Riddick, and a T-1000 costume from Terminator 2. Items from fantasy, superhero, Marvel. We have Jack Skellington, production-made heads. One of Daniel Radcliffe's wands from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. We have The Last Starfighter, G.I. Joe, a little bit of horror, Silent Hill, the Necromonger costume from Chronicles of Riddick, and a T-1000 costume from Terminator 2. From fantasy, superhero, Marvel. We have Jack Skellington, production-made heads. One of Daniel Radcliffe's wands from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. We have The Last Starfighter, G.I. Joe, a little bit of horror, Silent Hill, the Necromonger costume from Chronicles of Riddick, and a T-1000 costume from Terminator 2. From fantasy, superhero, Marvel. We have Jack Skellington, production-made heads. One of Daniel Radcliffe's wands from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. We have The Last Starfighter, G.I. Joe, a little bit of horror, Silent Hill, the Necromonger costume from Chronicles of Riddick, and a T-1000 costume from Terminator 2. From fantasy, superhero.
Excited for the interview that you're about to see. I have been looking forward to bringing this gentleman on stage for the last couple months now, and it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Mr. John Rhys Davis.
Well, it's wonderful to see so many healthy-looking homeless people who have clearly no other place to go or occupation to sit and be nagged at by an old actor. Anyway, thanks for coming.
Please feel free to have a seat. So in preparing to interview Mr. Davis here, I went through, I said, well, what should I start with? Should I start with talking about characters maybe from Indiana Jones or Sliders or Jurassic Park? So I decided to leave it up to the audience. So at the count of 3, I just want everyone to shout out what you want me
Make
to
the
talk about.
little buggers do the work,
All
I
right.
always say. Yes, yes.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. What should we talk about? I heard Salah after the fact. Let's talk about Salah.
Ah, right. Well, the best digger in Cairo. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, and a little bit of short-term work for the gang these days. So if you need your garden dug, let us know. We're very happy to come and do it for very little money, really. Yes, interesting character, isn't he? I'd done Shogun, and then I did Victor Victoria with Blake Edwards, and Blake came to me one day and he said, Steven Spielberg wants to talk to you about a character. He said, he asked me what sort of person you are, and I said, he's a total little shit, and, you know, probably the sort of man that sort of kicks dogs and beats small children. And he said, yeah, that sort of rather suits you, doesn't it? And I said, yeah, that'll do fine. Anyway, so I went, I got the script and went and met Stephen, and I said, first of all, I'm not Egyptian. Secondly, this guy is described as a 5'2" skinny Egyptian Fahadin, and what are you proposing? Surgery or something like that? And he said, no. What I want is a combination of the character you played in Shogun and Falstaff with an Egyptian accent. I said, okay, well, we'll have a go at that, yeah. The first film was really wonderful because we had so much creative freedom. We tried things. We made mistakes sometimes. The second film, the character changed. It became more of a ridiculous character. And, well, there's the possibility that he makes a very brief appearance in 5 as well. But by now, then, of course, he's grown a lot older. But what about Salah? Salah is probably the most recognized and most loved Arab character in late 20th century popular culture, I would have thought. I can't think of anybody else. He's pretty important, and I think just in that way. I think what he brings to the franchise is that warmth of long-standing friendship and support, and that sort of amity that characters have between each other is very attractive to an audience, as it is to us in life. As we get older, we have greater affection for our school friends who have survived as long as some of my school friends have anyway. Anyway, that's really rather boring, isn't it? Go, you ask another question.
Watch your step there. I think the cat's out of the bag that you are. Oh, don't worry, we'll fix it later. Okay. I think the cat's out of the bag thanks to the Cannes Film Festival that Indiana Jones is back and you are a part of it. Is that official?
It's well, I'm not allowed to tell you about it. I'm not allowed to talk about it. But the fact that I'm in two of the previews, the
You
trailers,
are in a trailer, yes.
sort of lets the cat out of the bag a little bit. But anyway,
what was it like joining that franchise again and reliving that role? How did you go? How did you go about jumping back into that role, or did Sala never leave you?
well, it's just the same character, older. I've got to be very careful because I'm not allowed to talk about it. And by the way, I haven't seen it yet. There was a premiere at Cannes, but I was working the day before, and I couldn't get there in time. But it was quite well received. I can tell you, it is a very, very good script. It's obviously got Harrison, right at the center of it. Wonderful supporting cast. Brilliant director. And I think it's closer to the spirit of 1, 2, and 3 than the fourth one was. Thank God. Did I say that out loud? I'm so sorry. But anyway, I think it's going to be a huge success, and I'm sure you'll love it. So that's all I can say about it.
I was wondering if you would indulge me and help me play a little game.
Football or rugby?
All right, English football, preferably not American football.
All right, yes.
I'm not a very large man. No, I'd like to maybe play a character game.
A character
we'll call
game?
it a character game. So, if you're familiar with Sliders, the characters in Sliders travel basically to the same place, it's just different dimensions. Am I explaining that very briefly correctly? For those who may not have seen Sliders, I don't want to go into too much detail.
Well, we could have gone anywhere in space and anywhere in time, which gives you a pretty large canvas to play with, doesn't it, really?
So what I would like to posit as a potential, maybe a game we can call it, is taking some of your iconic characters and maybe putting them in each other's world together and seeing how they might briefly interact with each other under those circumstances.
That's very interesting, actually, because a couple of years, about 11 months ago, 12 months ago, 2 young men approached me and said, we would like to make a comic book of your life. And I said, no, we are not. But I said, we could do a series of comic books on the imagined lives of some of my characters.
So what I would like to imagine is, let's say, if Gimli and Sala were to meet in the world of Lord of the Rings.
Well, I think they'd probably become great friends, actually. Never trust an Egyptian. Yeah. That Sphinx, you've got to be very careful. Anyone who sees that Sphinx is magically changed and is never seen again. What did the Sphinx give you? The Sphinx I asked for one grain of its sand. It gave me a landslide full.
How do you think Gimli would react? And or maybe your impressions of the characters as well, if you choose to explore it that way. How about Gimli in San Francisco with Professor Arturo?
All right, Professor. Don't give me this mathematical jumble. Just show me where they are, and I'll hit them with an axe. Your forthrightness young Gimli is commendable, but perhaps the application of brain to the problem rather than brawn might produce a more satisfactory result.
I have one more. Gimli, oh gosh, I'm sorry, and Man Ray Under the Sea.
Man Ray is very, very cool. Man Ray would probably try and eat Gimli and probably spit him out in disgust, actually, because, you know, all that sort of prosthetic around the face and that rather long, stringy beard really gets caught in a shark's teeth, doesn't it, really? But anyway, what other problems do you have that I could solve?
Those were the main ones that I wanted to see. I wanted to see how those characters might react together. Round of applause is appropriate.
That's a heck of an exercise to set an old jet-lagged actor.
I hope I didn't put you on the spot too much.
Anyway, that's
John, if you had 3 wishes, what would they be?
This is where I get up and say, well, of course, I hope for world peace. Yeah. 3 wishes, yes. I suppose the first would be that we could all start to disagree with each other civilly. You know, we are the most privileged and pampered and overeducated generation to walk this earth. And yet, and we have this extraordinary benefit of an internet that will give us instant access to every spoken word, every majestic thought. And all we can do is write spiteful things in commenting on other people that we've never heard of. He's a moron, you know, they're all corrupt crooks and morons. Some of them may be morons, some of them may be crooks. But because somebody doesn't agree with you 100%, does not give you the right to make them vanish from your social world or your class or anything like that. We've got to learn to allow true debate, this true mixture of opposed ideas with grace and not with venom and canceling people. That would be my first one.
Very good, very good.
The second would be that we would all think rationally, that we would all think that every choice we make has what's called an opportunity cost. When you demand one thing that costs your society a huge investment in either men or women or natural resources or finance, you forget, you are unable to do other things that you would choose to do. So that I suppose my second wish would be that we would all actually really calculate the cost of our fancies and dreams. The third one would be that we return to what almost might be called ancestor worship. Now, it's not ancestor worship that I'm talking about. Everyone in this room has at least one ancestor who left Africa more than 70,000 years ago. That means that we are all related. Something happened 60 or 70,000 years ago, and the number of Homo sapiens on the earth crashed considerably. Some people say there were 10,000 of us alive. Others say possibly less than 1,000. There was an ice age about 100,000 years ago, and at the start of that, there were at least 5, possibly 6 species of hominids. There was us, Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalis, Neanderthals, the Denisovans, there were the hobbits, Homo floresiensis, there was probably Heidelbergensis, and there may actually have been a Pacific ancestor that we detect in some of the Pacific Islander genes, but we've never found a fossil of. By the end of the Ice Age, which really begins to end about 20,000 years ago, there's only one species. And that one species is us. Though some of us, particularly those of us who got big noses, that may be an indicator that we have more Neanderthal in us than others. How did that happen? Well, it happened because inadvertently at first we selected for intelligence. When you're competing with other species for very rare and increasingly smaller amounts of food, the person who can make that correlation between this time of year, that tree, that insect, that bird, and perhaps the bees over there, they may just have from that the ability to extract enough energy to reproduce themselves more frequently than anybody else. But when you select for intelligence, which is effectively what we did, you select for a larger brain. And a larger brain has to pass through, well, a larger brain has to have a larger skull. And a larger skull has to pass through a birth canal. And when you have a larger skull passing through the birth canal, you kill a lot of mothers. In fact, we killed so many that when we look at the bones or the remains of Stone Age people, we'll find male skeletons in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, even their 60s. You never find a female skeleton or skull or remain over the age of 30. The life expectancy of women up until the end of the Stone Age is about 21 years. We are descended from the bravest teenage girls who did whatever it took to make sure that this baby survives. And that baby surviving has meant that we are here. And that debt to our ancestors, we completely ignore. There is a belief that, for instance, by the end of that ice age, and we are the only species of hominid left, that human intelligence was at its peak. These people were not stupid. They were hardened, capable people of surviving in incredible circumstances. But believe me, they dreamed. They spent half their days, half of 24 hours of a day, looking at a night sky that had more stars in it than you and I have ever seen, even in the desert. They wondered about that. They conjectured about it. I believe they picked up stones and walked around the fire and tried to work out that relation between the sun and the moon and the earth. And I'm sure they came up with the same conclusion. The only thing that makes sense is the sun is in the middle, the earth goes round the sun, and the moon goes round the earth. The problem is that means we are moving. And I don't feel any sense of movement, do you? I mean, we're moving at what, about 22,500 miles an hour at the moment. But we can't feel it. Therefore, that picture must be wrong. These were people who really did think. And they dreamt about us. They thought about us. They wanted us to be better than them, to live better than them. As we parents all want our children to exceed our abilities, to reach far more widely and deeply and profoundly into the nature of the universe and the world than we ever did. They did that for us. And so perhaps if we had a bit more respect for their courage and their determination to live and pass on their genes to us, we might be a little bit more careful by the way we behave and the choices that we make. And I guess that sort of respect for the past would be my third choice. Sorry about that. It's very boring and long.
The painting in my head is slowly dissipating and bringing me back to the real world where that was nice and calm and peaceful. Wow. Who meditates? Who needs to meditate when you have Mr. John Rhys Davis here with us? That was fantastic. Thank you for answering those three wishes. That was far more than I even anticipated. Thank you.
I know I can be very, very, very long and boring. I can't. I beg your pardon. Anyway.
Did one single person in here think that was boring? I don't see a single.
Coward.
I was going to transition and ask, what's up next? Did you possibly just give us some hints?
In theory, there are about 4 films that I should be doing this year. But then they were the same 4 films that I was meant to be doing last year. There are a number of little things. I've just done a lovely little cameo in a docudrama about John Newton, the man who wrote Amazing Grace, who started off life as being such a foul-mouthed little tearaway, really, that even his shipmates on board the ship couldn't stand his blasphemies, and they sold him into slavery. So he had a real first-hand taste of slavery, and then got rescued by his father and became a slave captain himself. And then slowly met a girl, as young men do, and ended up a minister of the church, hating slavery and writing that great hymn, Amazing Grace. I actually have a bee in my bonnet about slavery because as a boy, I grew up in Africa, and my father was a policeman, and he came home one day, and I could see he was very angry. And after lunch, he said, "John, get in the car. I want to show you something." We went down to the harbor in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania now, but it was Tanganyika in those days. And he said, "You see that Arab dhow there? Twice a year it comes down from Saudi Arabia, stops in Aden, comes onto the Somali coast, comes down there, stops in Mombasa, here, and then goes on to Beira in Mozambique. On the way down, it's got trading goods, machine parts, cloths, materials. On the way back up, it's always got 2 or 3 little black boys going back to Saudi Arabia, and they're going back as slaves. and the United Nations won't allow me to do anything about it. The United Nations was trying to persuade Saudi Arabia to abandon and give up slavery. This was 1955, and finally, 10 years later, the Saudis gave up, officially anyway, slavery. But his passion and anger remains with me today. And there is still slavery going on. And if you really want something to be a single issue fanatic about, don't go out and lie in the streets and protest against, people driving oil-driven cars. Really get active about total injustices like slavery. There is slavery, and we should not be allowing it or tolerating it, and yet it's under our noses sometimes. Sorry, how did I get there? I can't remember. Oh, yes. The question is, what am I doing? Yeah, well, that was one thing. That was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? I tried to open a film studio in the Isle of Man. And when I do that, I am going to go out and shake the money tree and make the film shake. Oh, did that work? Is this mic still working? Yes. Yes, I didn't set out to be an actor. You see, I set out to be a writer. And the theory was all actors are out of work for at least 6 months of the year. And that's when I'd be writing my masterpieces. Unfortunately, I only had 7 weeks out of work in the first 5 years, and sort of the writing has become subsumed. But I am writing a script for which I am hoping to be paid, and I've got 3 or 4 other things. But I can't tell you about the script because it's such a good idea that if I even mention it, people will go, "Oh my God, that's a great idea! Why don't we write it?" I mean, anyone can do that. Anyway, yes. So, yes. Anyone got some good question?
We can ask some. I have one more, and then
go on.
One more, and then we would
nag
love to take some
nag
audience
is all I
questions.
get.
This
Go
is
on,
my
give me-
last one. What's your earliest memory that you knew you wanted to be an actor? When and how did you know that you wanted to act and entertain?
I grew up a pretty solitary boy in Africa. I got sent to an English boarding school, which I hated. Basically because I didn't know how to play with other people. I didn't know how to relate to other people. And it was a great tradition at this school that the boys put on play. And it used to be, it's a place called Truro, which is down in Cornwall in the west of England. In those days, it was almost impossible to get to London or get to any theatre at all. So the Truro School play was a pretty significant cultural event in that area. We used to put on 8 or 9 performances in a 700, 800 seat chapel theatre. It was quite popular. Robert Shaw, did anyone remember this Robert Shaw? Did anyone see The Sting? Yeah, Robert Shaw was one of our products. When I played Othello at school, Nigel Terry played my Othello. Nigel Terry was King Arthur in Excalibur. We had a huge, it was a very good thing. Anyway, the answer to your question is, the first play I ever saw at the age of 11 was Sophocles' Oedipus Rex.
Ooh, that's a good
An
one.
adolescent seeing Oedipus, And when Oedipus comes on in that beginning of the second act, with having put his eyes out with the badges, that horrible image of the man coming out, blinded. Does anyone here not know the story of Oedipus? Oedipus means the swollen foot. Oedipus was born to a king, and the prophecies were that the boy would kill him. And so the king ordered this boy sent to the woods to be murdered. And the old shepherd who was given the task decided he couldn't kill the boy, and he brought him up as his own. And at the right age, young Oedipus enters the city of Thebes, and his way is barred by a man who's very aggressive. And he fights the man, kills him, and proceeds into the city. The city is in much of an uproar. He meets the queen. The queen is strangely attracted to him, and he ends up marrying her and becoming king. Then plagues affect the city. Strange things happen. Crops fail. And he sends for his wisest men. And the wisest men say, you know, some great mishap, some outrage to the gods and the natural order of things has taken place. And he determines that he will find it out. And it concerns the late king who has died mysteriously. And of course, he slowly unravels the fact that he has killed his own father, married his own mother, and on her bred 2 children. And it's one of the greatest, most powerful tragedies in the world. And to see that for the first time.
It's a classic.
Wonderful.
I'm going to take some audience questions. That was actually one of the first plays that I studied in theater class.
Really?
It's a classic. You have to. I'm going to start right here. You just stand up, please.
Hi, sir. I'm a really big fan of your work. I love everything you do. You're an inspiration.
My mother used to say that too, but thank you very much.
One of my favorite actors and an actor that I think nowadays is criminally underrated is the late Robert Preston, which you worked with in Victor Victoria. I was just wondering if you had any stories, you know, just what he was like and what it was like to work with him on that movie.
Well, as you can imagine, Robert Preston was one of those great all-rounder theater actors. Theater actors tend, by a certain period, they're confident, they like each other, they are likable, because the hardest thing in the world is to work with actors who are just obnoxious and offensive in repertory or on a run or something like that. By and large, we knock the rough edges off each other and end up being almost human at times. But Bob Preston was, he was magical. But the whole cast was magical. Julie Andrews, James Garner. James was such a super, I mean, I remember one particular thing. We had a circular booth, and we all had to get in there to do the scene, and we were all looking now, wondering. And Blake said, "James, you go in there and there's something." And James just sat down there, just swiveled his hips and slid beautifully into position. And I remember Julie looking at me and saying, "Why can't we all just move that easily and comfortably?" I mean, what an incredible cast, and and what a great showman he was. Nice of you to mention him. I hadn't thought of Robert Preston for a year or two. It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make my way back this direction, but I had a question in my ear. My director wants to know a question that I don't know if he knows that's near and dear to me as well, but he's asking if you have ever ridden the previous attraction in Walt Disney World, the Great Movie Ride.
Say that again.
So my director's asking me in my ear if you've ever ridden the attraction at Disney World, the Great Movie Ride.
Oh yes, the Indiana Jones ride. You mean? Yeah. I've been in that.
And he wants to know what it was like seeing an animatronic version of yourself.
I haven't done it recently. All I know is that
no longer there.
The first 2 times I was there, the ride didn't work. So, but that was a long time ago, and I'm sure it is now. But I did take my daughter to Disneyland once, and yeah, she was quite impressed. She sort of recognized the voice. But of course, I've got a nearly 17-year-old daughter who knows everything and has absolutely refused to see a couple of movies like Lord of the Rings, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. She has seen The Princess Diaries, however, only because all her friends insisted that she did. I took her to act as my assistant to the Brazilian Comic-Con in Sao Paulo last year, and I introduced her to Chris Pine. So I said afterwards, so darling, what did you learn from coming to the Comic-Con? And she said, well, I suppose firstly, I was surprised how many people actually like you. And secondly, how tall Chris Pine is. How handsome Chris Pine is. How well-dressed Chris Pine is. At that point, I think I drifted off a little bit, but I came back for points 10 and 11, and they were still about the virtues of Chris Pine. At which point, my 16-year-old daughter has that glint that you see in grown women, and she said, is he married? Anyway, yeah, sorry.
Thank you for answering that question. I actually believe there are possibly some people watching the live stream who are former great movie writers who probably appreciate that question, Michael, as well. Thank you very much. I got a question right over this way.
Sir, since you mentioned rugby, who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
You're talking about the World Cup.
The Rugby World Cup.
Ah, the Rugby World Cup. Well, boy, now let's, if we're going to talk national religions, yes, I'm a Welshman. And Welsh Rugby Union is going through a really bad phase at the moment, but yeah. Anyway, you Americans are getting better. Actually, South Africans, Christ, man, why didn't you say that, man? They play a mean game down in South Africa, let me tell you, yes. You're pretty good. Didn't you beat the All Blacks in New Zealand?
We did in 2020.
Yep.
And we did beat the English in the last final.
Well, that's relatively easy to do, isn't it, David? Even the Americans managed to beat the English once. Actually, one of the fun films that I did was a little thing called The Game of Their Lives, when an American soccer team in the World Cup took on and beat the English soccer team, which was one of the best in the world. And it's a lovely show. And they were largely amateur footballers, but the English team just took them too much for granted, and these guys they weren't expected to do anything anywhere, but they actually beat the English in the World Cup, and it's a lovely story, and in a way it's that marvelous story of really how we can achieve extraordinary things if we don't give up. How determination and hard work and being there on the day really counts and matters. I urge you dig it out of some video hall somewhere and look at it. The game of their lives. Rather nice. Wonderful.
I have a question right over here.
Hey, sir, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you spend time in the Isle of Man. Is that correct?
I have a home in the Isle of Man, yes.
Okay, so my question is that kind of location is pretty exotic to Americans. Does that inspire you as an actor to be there, be surrounded by that?
Does that, well, I'm sorry, didn't you?
Does being surrounded by that kind of landscape inspire you as an actor?
Yeah, oh, yes. But then, you know, when you're privileged enough to go and work on different locations, they all inspire you. I mean, there was one place when we were doing Plateau with a circle of snow-capped mountains, and we got there and we looked at it, and the consensus was, no one will believe that this is a real place. They'll think this is a painted backdrop. We were about 3 hours away from the local hotel, and Viggo and I certainly had early calls in the morning, so our trailers were already there, and Viggo and I decided that we would spend the night. Now, Viggo, who is one of the all-round, really gifted men that I know, he'd brought his fishing rod, and he went and he caught us a couple of trout, and we cooked them over a fire and put the world to rights in this absolutely magical surrounding. It was one of the great memories I have of Lord of the Rings, and that remarkable and special man, Viggo Mortensen. Oh, hang on one second. Isle of Man, those of you who are motorbike fanatics, we have coming up the greatest road race for motorbikes in the world, the Isle of Man TT. It is one of the most dangerous races in the world. Last year, 6 people died. We think about 130 odd people have died in the course of it. It's the oldest motorbike race in the world, I think. 1904 it started. And if you want to see real bike action, just look at some of those videos. I mean, the average speed now around this 22-mile-an-hour circuit is 134 miles an hour, which you think, well, that's not too bad around a circuit, except for the fact these are narrow country lanes with stone walls, you know, trees. You go up on the mountain, and sheep may suddenly run across the road in front of you. But it is, if you're a biker, seeing the TT or the Grand Prix is one of the great experiences of your life. Sorry.
I've got time for one more question. Right here, please.
Hi. First of all, I appreciate actors like you who cover such a diverse portfolio, so thank you. But my question would be, what was it like going from filming action and fantasy movies like Indiana Jones and Lord of the Rings to then transitioning to filming Princess Diaries 2?
Great directors create great atmospheres on their film. Gary Marshall was the director of Princess Diaries 1 and 2. And there would have been a third as well, but Gary died. Gary was one of those hugely intelligent, hugely capable, warm-hearted men who didn't so much call you in to do a film. He used to sort of round up a few old friends and say, now look, we've got a little film we can make here. We can have a bit of fun. And some of his old friends would be older actors or actresses. And they would go to him and say, Gary, I just need a contribution this month into the Screen Actors Guild thing so that I can keep my health insurance up. Gary would say, okay, we'll find something for you. He was a lovely man. And the way he worked, he had a good script, and he trusted his actors, and he would get us to do something, and then he would say, okay, anyone got any ideas? Why don't we, and we would improvise a bit, and then we would come back to his original idea, and it was just so easy. I mean, when you work with the Gary Marshalls of the world, or the Peter Jacksons of the world, or the Steven Spielbergs of the world, they are past masters at creating the optimal state where an actor can work, or the technicians can work. It's comfortable, it's easy, it's hard, but you go home at the end of the day with a great sense of delight in your heart. By the way, since you're Americans and I'm British, can I just make a little correction to your understanding of your own, of course, Constitution of the United States? When Mr. Jefferson was writing it, he refers to a phrase by John Locke: life, liberty, and you get the pursuit of happiness. Now, this is such a felicitous phrase. Locke actually said that the rights are life, liberty, and property. And Jefferson did not want to put property in there because property could have included slaves, and he did not believe that the Constitution of the United States should contain and maintain the existence of slavery. So he came up with this felicitous phrase, the pursuit of happiness. And all instinctively we go, yeah, isn't that wonderful? That's America, the pursuit of happiness. What a human. Unfortunately, happiness is not a destination. Aristotle, who was a thinking man himself, Aristotle said that happiness is the byproduct of virtuous activity. In other words, happiness isn't that destination that I'm looking for. Happiness comes when I'm working really hard and I go home and there's that glow that comes and you think, what a marvelous day. Oh, and we're going to do the same tomorrow. It's a byproduct, not a destination. Do not be misled by the well-intentioned felicities of a great man. Do not look for happiness. Look for hard work, satisfaction in the job done, doing something positive. And then happiness will just happen as it does. So it's a big one. Anyway.
With that, please give Mr. John Rhys Davis a wonderful, amazing, thunderous round of applause.
You're very, very kind, and I thank you. And how marvelous it is to be back here in Nashville and back in the States. You really are still the last best hope of mankind. You know,
I hope we're doing amazing.
You're always.
We're good?
You're always good.
All right. Hello, ICC live stream. I hope we're doing well. We are currently in the 501st cosplay and droid areas. So let's go take a look around at what we can find. Maybe some cool cosplayers or anything. Let's go. Oh my God. Hello, good sir.
I scare you.
Yes, you scare me every time I see you.
Yes.
Yes. Well, we're here with Lord Palpatine, so, well, Emperor.
Thank you for the correction.
Very nice to meet you. I pledge my allegiance.
Then kneel before me. My apprentice you will be.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
good sir.
I am now Palpatine's apprentice. Let's go take a look. Thank you, Lord Emperor Palpatine. We're here with Lord Palpatine, so. We have Lando Calrissian, Endor Leia, and some other cosplayers. Let's see. The droid builders are definitely my favorite area. It's so cool to see what they can come up with. They're so incredibly talented, amazing, amazing people. Over here we have R2. He's talking to some kids. Hi, R2. What's up, buddy? How's it going? You are so cute. How's your con going? It's so cool to see. Me too, buddy. Me too. Me too. Well, it's so good to see you. We're gonna go say hi to a couple of your buddies. He's talking to some kids. Awesome. Thank you, R2. Nice to see you. Oh my gosh. I mean, the work they do is amazing. Oh, we have another droid over here. Hi, buddy. How's your con going? Me too, me too. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. What's up? We have a B1 series battle droid over here. Love B1 battle droids. This is an amazing rendition of one. Like, it feels like I've never stood next to a B1 battle droid, but I would assume that this is what it's like. Definitely come over and take a look at these. I mean, we have an R5 unit, R2, Chopper's over here, and our little droid from Andor. Should we take a little look at? I believe his name is B3MO. Yeah. Hello, buddy. Oh my gosh, it is so nice to meet you. How are you doing? He's my favorite. I mean, I love this droid from Andor. Andor is such a fantastic series. I loved it, and you were definitely my favorite part. Cool. So cute. It's so nice to meet you. I love all your friends. Amazing. We have BB-8 over here, and Dio, Chopper, and a Mickey Mouse droid. So cool. Awesome. Should we go take a look at the 501st area? It looks like it's over here. Oh my gosh. Hi, buddy. We got a Mandalorian, too. Oh my gosh. Some more amazing cosplayers. I love your cosplay. You look so good. Who are you wearing?
This kit is from Imperial Surplus. It's my Shadow Trooper. My new Shadow
over here. I love it. It's amazing. Like, the work that you did on it, wow.
It was intense.
It was intense.
It was a little intense.
That's so cool. Where can they find more of your cosplays?
At the Hannah Klein.
Go check her out. I love it. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. All right. I think the 501st area is over here. I love it. It's amazing. Over here at ICCC, we have a bunch of photo ops. So if you guys came in cosplay or if you just want to take normal photos, we have 2 speeder bikes, bunker, ATSTs. Very cool. We'll hop over here so we're not in their photo. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've never been in the presence of an actual one. I mean, it's so cool, and this photo op is awesome. We've got all the Tusken Raiders over here. Very, very cool. Wow, I'm so engulfed in Star Wars right now. It's so crazy to think that people can just build this, you know? We got a couple Jawas over here. I dated a Jawa once. Quite fuzzy, quite fuzzy. We have Mando in his season 1 armor. Very cool. Before he got it all nice and shiny, nice and pretty. And of course Grogu and a bunch of other guys. Oh my god. From Death Star droid. Oh, and Salacious Crumb over here. This is so cool. Oh my god. Are you cool if we go up there? Oh my god.
Just make sure you stand in the plywood area.
Okay. This is awesome. So did you build this? You helped build it. This is so cool. This is amazing. Well, ICCC, if you're looking for a good place for photo ops, this is your place to be. This is so cool. I mean, this convention is huge. There's so much to do. It's like I never have gotten bored at all this entire time.
So did you build this?
I mean, I should have come in cosplay. I feel like I'm out of uniform. It's been crazy to meet everybody. If you guys have a chance, make your way over here. The vendor hall is huge. It's definitely the best time. Yeah, and I hope you guys are having fun watching the live stream. This has been a lot of fun so far, and I'm excited to see more. I'm probably gonna head down now. I feel very imposing right now, so I'm gonna head down and around. Thank you again. Appreciate it. All right, I'll be back. So cool, so cool. Some more people taking photos. All right, and then also over here, if you guys are looking to branch out into other fandoms, we have the Tennessee Turtles and a Tennessee TARDIS, of course. These are all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so this is very cool. Another awesome photo op. We have Boba Fett over here. Boba Fett, would you like to say hi? Yo! Wait a second. Can you show the Tennessee Turtles? Tennessee TARDIS. That's insane. That's amazing. What an incredible cosplay. How long did this take you to do?
Actually, this is designed by Wasted Fett. I got this.
Oh, he's making my Bo-Katan armor. Yeah.
This is it.
No way.
Also, if you watch the Book of Boba Fett, when he comes out of the Sarlacc pit, he did that certain scene. That armor is made by him.
No way.
Yeah, he did it. This is all hand painted.
Wow.
These on the side, made by machine craft replicas. They're also made on the show.
That's so good. Awesome.
The thruster pack is from Wayne's workshop in the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, I know them.
3D printed.
Amazing.
It's in his Iron Man suit.
Well, thank you so much. This is amazing. Have a wonderful con. Awesome. Well, thank you ICCC live stream for tuning in to this amazing live. I hope to see you guys again soon, and have fun at the rest of your con. Bye.
Yeah. Wayne's workshop.
Hello and welcome back, ICCC 2023. If you don't know me, I am David Longwater. I'm your master of ceremonies for the weekend. If you've been with us this morning, we've had a great show already. We've got a couple more panels that are fantastic to come. The next one is going to be a special one that we added last minute. We added this guest near the end, and I was so happy when I saw her on the list because she brings some great characters to some different sci-fi worlds. And I know all of you are excited. So let me first bring out the host for today. Philanthropist from the Peter Mayhew Foundation, Matthew C. Egan, and who you all came to see, Miss Deborah Ann Wool. Take it away.
Hello, ICCC. How are we doing?
That was very enthusiastic.
Yeah, let's give us a little more than that.
Woo!
That's better. They were just waiting in line for a food truck, I think is what it was.
Probably. I have pie, so I've got sad pie belly. Not sad, happy pie belly.
We had fried shrimp for
But
lunch.
I should say like sleepy pie belly.
Oh.
I had, yes.
So it's going to be a short panel before she falls asleep. Okay, so let's go in chronological order. Do we have fans of True Blood that are here with us today? So it's all True Blood. Okay, so I always loved for Jessica Hamby that she was the eternal child blossoming or not. And the development of kind of that coming of age story. Can you talk a bit about, from the beginning of the show, what the inspiration was and where the power behind, because she was a brat.
Sure. Well, you're starting out from a young girl who doesn't know much of the world and then is suddenly sort of thrust into this wider world where she has powers that no one is preparing her how to use, which I think is something that we all experience when we are young and growing up. And this, the great thing about True Blood is it kind of took very real, very grounded ideas and then exploded them up to 1,000% and told that story through a young vampire girl.
Hormones and a weapon of mass destruction.
All of that. Well, and also this idea that, we always think like, oh, immortality, being young forever, wouldn't that be incredible? And I loved that Jessica's story is a little like, maybe not. Especially if your entire life you had been infantilized. If all that your parents had done was tell you and keep you sheltered and not allow you to grow up. And then the minute that you finally get some freedom, you now can't.
Right.
That people are always going to look at you and treat you like a child, no matter how much you grow inside. So yeah, it's just fascinating.
Yeah, she always was kind of I'm going to be this next, I'm going to go to this next stage.
Yeah.
And she was always trying and almost kind of pulled back.
And very little guidance, right? I mean, the wrong kind of guidance from her parents.
Very bad guidance.
Bill was interesting guidance from Eric and Pam for about 2 weeks there when she was living at Fantasia. And then Bill was very much a reluctant maker. He didn't really want to train a young vampire. And part of, I think that makes it the reason why the Bill-Jessica relationship was probably my favorite of the show is because it was really these two people learning how to love and respect one another, and he's learning how to be a good guide for her, and she's learning how to support him and be, really vampires who can't have children and pass along genetics in that way, but he was her father, and she is going to carry on his vision and beliefs, which is, True Blood is kind of sort of saying, hey, we're all going to live together in harmony.
Yeah, and they were forced together, literally.
Yes.
Forced into a hole in the ground together.
Yes.
Have you had real life relationships like that where somebody was kind of forced? Okay.
Oh boy.
That's too far of a question. Is that you were kind of forced together with somebody and then you kind of bonded and you...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, I mean, not in a specific way, but every kind of acting job you have is a little bit like that, because it's like, hi, day one, hello, I'm Deborah, we're going to be playing lovers, or, let's go make out. But that's kind of how this job works. You have to very quickly and immediately become quite intimate with other people. And part of, I think, the training as an actor is learning how to very instantly be very respectful and very open and have the communication that has to happen so that you can be vulnerable with someone that you've just met and feel safe. So I know when I first meet people, that's something I try to do, is make sure that they know that I'm very friendly. You can talk to me about anything. I hope it's okay if I, share what I need from you. So, you're kind of it's like therapy right off the bat, couples counseling right off the top.
But you get no say in that at all. So
no, I mean, I don't
You read a script and here's who they've paired you up with and good luck.
Good luck. I hope you like each other.
Wow.
And I imagine, I haven't had this happen yet. Oh my God, where's the wood?
Someone has to have a wood sword here or something. Come on.
I've been very lucky that I have always been paired for most of those really vulnerable, scenes and relationships with wonderful people. But I can only imagine how difficult it would be if you didn't get along with the person that you had to tell these stories with.
Yeah, no, that's I have been doing auditioning through Actors Access, and you read 2-3 sentences, and the whole process has evolved.
Yeah.
And you're self-taping?
Oh yeah.
And
Everyone
so,
is self-taping now.
And
yeah.
this is so back in the day, you would go to a place and you would audition to people.
Yeah.
And you might meet people, and it's a networking opportunity. And now
And they give you notes and all things.
and they can tell you real time what to change and
Yeah.
what to improve. Try it this way. And now you self-tape. Have you done Zoom auditions? Do they?
I have done Zoom auditions, mostly for callbacks.
That's a call. Yeah, yeah. And so you send. I have so much more respect for all of my. I never knew until I'd done it myself. And anybody here that's aspiring to actors or voice actors? Zero.
Smart people out there.
Really good taste,
really
everybody
good
out. Yes.
People who like security, job security, and financial security, and seeing their families.
Consistency.
Consistency. These are intelligent folks.
Would you like to work too much for 9 months and then not at all for 2 years? It's kind of the
I mean,
Good luck.
True Blood, we routinely pulled 18 to 20-hour days. And luckily, the HBO was fantastic, and they paid people very well to do that. But for my role on that show, even Anna Paquin, who played the lead, she might have been in 3/4 of the days on an episode. I was anywhere from a half to 3/4, depending on the episode. But our crew, every single day, in and out, pulling those hours. We did night shoots. We would do something called splits on the week. So you'd start at 4 or 5 a.m. on a Monday morning and shoot for 16 to 20 hours. Then you'd get your time off, which is about 8 to 10 hours. You'd come back in and keep doing it until you pushed, and your Wednesday, Thursday, Friday were night shoots, which meant weekends were basically 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning till 9 p.m. on a Sunday night, because you were getting up at 4 on Monday. So they did that for 7 years. Our crew did that. And it's not surprising that we had some turnover, because that's a hard schedule. But I know people who sent their kids to college on the money they made on that. So I give HBO at that time huge credit for, if they were going to work us like that, at least compensating fairly and responsibly.
Oh, you hear horror stories of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like we have a lot of the Power Rangers and stuff that come through, and they've said it was like, when you add it all up, it was less than minimum wage half the time for some of these things. So that's amazing.
It really is. And the crazy thing is that artists and technicians and anyone in this kind of a business, you're oddly you're sort of raised into it thinking that you should be so grateful to have the work, and you're so excited, and I'll do anything. And sometimes that leads you to make some compromises that you shouldn't make with your career. And so with a lot of, aspiring young people within any facet of this industry, I try to say hey, keep your own sanity and needs in mind, and have a line for yourself of what's acceptable and what isn't. Because it's very easy to sort of let yourself get swept up in the idea that you're going to be a part of this thing, and sure, I'll take nothing, but
right, yeah.
You should
exposure.
Yeah,
No,
but you should be compensated for your creativity. So
with True Blood, was there green screen?
There almost none.
And so it's a lot of you're getting basically shot out of a cable cannon that's dragging you across things.
Literally, yes.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things about True Blood is it was very practical. Almost everything was practical effects, and if we used visual, it was just assistance. So we really did, when they chopped that guy's head off, it was a dummy that had a thing in the middle, and the head was on a string, and they, popped some button, and a thing flew apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. And then in post, they would come in and just add a little to kind of make it seem something else.
Were you a horror fan?
I do like things like that.
Because True Blood raised the bar. This is not like a little bit of blood splatter. This is that this person disintegrates into a blood pouch.
It was very cool.
Falls on the ground in a puddle.
We would come on to say, actually, I just interviewed our blood guy, our blood technician, and he was talking about, you'd walk to set and they had mannequins standing outside of the studios, and he was just out there shooting them with blood and mixing it with peanut butter or cauliflower.
How do you practice that?
That's it. He was
He's
just out there
and
practicing.
it's just.
But because
Welcome to the splash zone.
that was the nature of the show, right? Like Alan Ball and all of our higher ups were very good at trusting people to do their jobs. They knew that you were the expert at doing what you do. So they just said, "Hey, dude, we need something. We need this guy's head to blow open, and we want there to be little bits of skull in it." And he'd be like, "Gotcha." And he'd go away for 2 hours and play with his mannequins and
Yeah.
come back. But yeah, the number of times you'd walk into the set and like everything would look normal, and then you'd look up and there'd just be buckets swaying. You just
Oh,
like,
you know.
I know that's full of blood, and it's gonna be a sticky day.
But
Yeah.
that was like our generation's like Nickelodeon slime was True Blood's blood, right? And I mean, and you got blasted often.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Buckets.
Jeez.
We had like
just the visual. You just can't close your eyes without seeing it after.
we had like a
after recalling
blood
it.
budget. It was like a line item for our counting.
I can see an executive producer going, "This is $7 million for blood." Sounds right.
Pretty
It's in the name, right? And so you have now taken up a podcast. Is it a video podcast and audio?
No, just audio.
Just audio. And you're so is it you went episode by episode?
So it's called Truest Blood, and Kristen Bauer, who plays Pam, she and I host it. Yeah, she's spectacular.
She's terrifying.
Oh, but so
Completely terrifying.
Kristen, though, might get the award for the person least like their character because she's
Really?
she's just a sweet, like weepy, cries the drop of a hat. I adore Kristen.
Do
She's
people
very cute.
are they afraid of her when they meet her?
I mean, you would if she wasn't like, "Hi, so
Okay.
nice to meet you." Like you just instantly know that she's not scary.
Because she was the baddest bitch around,
She's
right?
so
Like,
good.
yeah. I don't know if
She's
I can
so-
say that on
she's
the
got,
live stream.
like, dryness down to a science,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But so yeah, she and I are doing this podcast. We're rewatching the series and talking about how different things were done. We're talking to cast. We're talking to crew. We're only 2 seasons in, but our next season coming out is gonna start happening pretty soon. And yeah, it's a blast. It's a really good like behind the curtain look at how this business runs, and especially a giant show like True Blood.
Yeah, and I mean there are so many moving pieces to be able to, and that people don't see. You might see some behind the scenes, but somebody at HBO like curated that to show the technical, and you don't know all the paperwork.
I mean,
and
even just
steps.
how you get a show made, right? Like one of our episodes is just like, how do you make a pilot? Like, how do you
Right.
write something and then somehow it's actually on a network?
Yeah.
And the number of coincidences and championing that had to happen for even just to get it on the air.
Are there Jessica moments that you're most proud of?
Oh. I mean, I do love the Merlot scene when I meet Hoyt. That was a really special one because obviously it led to a storyline that was very, very dear to me. As well as I think it was the first time I'd really met that actor. And like I said, you have to kind of go like, "Hi, let's do this now." And he was really game and really cool, and we clicked pretty quickly. So I'm very proud of that scene. I'm proud I had to do a prayer in the later seasons when I thought Bill was, I don't know, dead or unresponsive.
One of the many times we thought
One of the
Bill
times
was
we
dead.
thought Bill was dead. And yeah, they wrote me this really beautiful prayer, and I loved that because it harkened back to who Jessica was before she was a vampire, and that basis of faith. And it showed some maturity and some growth that she'd been through, and also how scared she was. So the opportunity to do a scene like that, it just, you don't understand, like when writers give you something as an actor that's a little challenging and a little special, like I'm grateful. I just say thank you, thank you for giving me something, because so much of it can just be servicing a story. But when they say, hey, we're going to take 2 minutes and really focus on something that doesn't necessarily move plot,
Yeah.
you go, wow, thank you. I'm so honored that you're trusting me with this.
Well, and the seasons seem to be getting shorter and shorter now, where it was we were in a 22 episode season format, and then now it's like 10, and some of them are like 8 or 6, and so the room to tell those side things that have that value, there's less and less
Potentially.
time,
I mean, True Blood was 12, and that was pretty common for cable at that time, and then we moved down to 10. But True Blood also, we were telling an enormous story in that amount of time. And so they really,
Right.
I mean, we had 5 storylines. We were just talking about Joe Manganiello on that show.
Yes.
And huge round of applause for Joe. So he and I knew each other and we were friends, but we actually didn't work together. We never shared a scene until, spoiler alert, the scene he died. So he was on that show for years before we actually did any work together.
Yeah. And did you meet each other? Did you hang out on set? I mean, I know that's like there's call days and you don't see
So
people.
not
if you don't
so
speak
much.
to them.
True Blood was really good. We had table reads for every single episode, which was great because the whole cast got together and we all sat around a table and read this thing aloud together. But then like actual set days, I didn't have much time with Joe. So even though he and I are both enormous Dungeons and Dragons fans, we didn't actually know that when we were working together.
What a missed opportunity, right?
I know. I would go back to my trailer and literally play D&D alone. And maybe he was doing the same. I don't know, but it was very sad.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
could
So
have been playing together.
change gears on it. I mean, I was the same way. I would buy the books,
Yeah.
and I would like create characters,
Yeah.
and I was by myself, so I would cheat if I rolled a thing I didn't like. I would like, this was this, and you know. But I just read the books,
Yeah.
and so there's this massive resurgence
Yes.
and respect for Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah.
for role-playing games, for even Warhammer, right? We've got
Yeah.
live action Warhammer 40,000 and things coming out. What has your experience been like coming out of the coffin, so to speak, on the D&D side? One person laughed. Thank
I
you
know,
so
thank you,
much.
he gets it.
Thank you.
That works on so many levels.
Yes, but that. So you were always a fan.
So yes, I was always a fan. When I was a kid, I wanted to play so badly. But the fascinating, wonderful thing about D&D is it is the nerdiest game ever created, but you have to have friends. And I was so wildly unpopular as a child that I could not find anyone to play with me. So I actually didn't come to it until I was an adult.
Yeah.
So I was 25, and my manager at the time had been playing his whole life, so he agreed to
Got it.
run a game for me. It was in the infamous 4th edition years. Those of you who care about that, I don't know. I care. But it was really, it like hooked me immediately, and
Yeah.
I'd say within a year I was writing my own adventures, and I can't thank him enough because since then it's become a whole other offshoot to my career. Now I have
Right.
D&D shows that either I write and produce myself or that I'm guesting on as a player. I'm writing a Dungeons and Dragons book for publishing. So, you know, there's all kinds
Wow.
of avenues of
A
things.
novel?
Thank you.
Fiction,
No,
novel,
a
or
game.
like a game,
Like
wow.
a playable module. So that's been,
That's
I'm
fantastic.
literally working on it at my table during my downtime.
Okay.
Because I have a due date. I have a deadline.
Yeah. My son just turned 19, and he was telling me that within his friend, I think it's your friend group,
Yeah.
whatever game your friend group gets into, because he said, like, I would have loved to have played World of Warcraft, but I didn't have friends to play, you know, and these games are so social that having that community to play with, and the internet's helped.
Yes.
Where you can find people easier
You
that
can
share
play
those
longer
interests.
distances, things
Right.
like that. And
Or if at the very least watch
Yes.
Critical Role or watch, you know, one of
Relics
these-
and Rarities.
watch one of these.
Please
programs.
go watch Relics and Rarities. It's on YouTube. It's my series I'm most proud of from my Dungeons and Dragons work. We had incredible guest stars come on. It's only 6 episodes, 2 hours long each, so it's very consumable. Even if you don't play, I think it's the kind of thing you can still enjoy. We had Matthew Lillard, Sam Richardson, Charlie Cox came on and played his first game of D&D.
Hey.
Janina Gavankar, Kevin Smith came on and played his first game of D&D.
Wow.
As well as Simone Missick, who you know from Luke Cage. So we had
I am the biggest
incredible-
Kevin Smith fan.
Yeah.
In high school, I would read his scripts. They'd like, hey, take out
Yeah.
a book and read.
Yeah.
I'd read a
Read his
script
scripts.
at the desk.
So Kevin Smith did not know how to play D&D before he came on the show. Probably still does not know how to play D&D, but was still one of the greatest players I've had the privilege to work with. And it's just because, you know, you talked about D&D having a resurgence now. And I
Right.
think some of that is due to the 5th edition. It is so much about storytelling, and it's so versatile. You can choose to play it very nitpicky and follow, you know, count your rations and count your encumbrance and do all
Right.
that stuff. Or it can really just be about fun and telling a great story and being very loose with it. So I think that's a real benefit to the 5th edition. So yeah, so I think with him, he just immediately got into the spirit of jump in, use your imagination. And
How
he
vulgar was
great.
that?
How what?
How vulgar was that for Kevin Smith?
He did really well.
he behaved.
I mean, if we were allowed to be, it was sort of a PG-13
Okay,
kind
okay,
of thing.
all
So he
right.
didn't have to totally rein it in, but he was great. He played a tiefling warlock named Sam Hain, which is pretty with a
Okay.
familiar that he could send out. He did a good job.
What can you preview anything from your book, or is there a as high level vague as you want to be?
Sure. Boy. If it stays in the direction it's going, it's going to have a lot to do with dream magic and dream manipulation. So, you know, what would a villain do if it had access to
Okay.
your dreams and your mind?
The vulnerability of that is
Yes.
there's a lot of room
Absolutely.
there. Yeah. the ultimate privacy is that we're the only the ones that know what we're thinking and dreaming, and yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
Karen Page.
Yeah.
So everyone True Blood and then one Daredevil. Where are our Daredevil fans here? Two. Okay.
Yay.
All right. Good.
I like this group. You guys
Yes.
are friendly. Friendly folks.
The relationship with Ben
Oh.
and the mentorship there.
Yeah.
With my own journey, I always feel like I'm longing for mentorship.
Yeah.
And I think the relationship between Karen and Ben was so. He saw something in her,
Yeah.
and she didn't want to let him down.
So the thing I like to think about with a lot of roles is core wounds, right? We all have these. We have things that happen to us at very important parts in our lives that shape who we are. And we don't find out very much about Karen's core wounds until later, but some of it was a huge one for her is what we learn in the third season, which is the death of her brother and how much she let her father down, and that feeling of having let someone down, someone who's important to you.
It's a lot of baggage to carry.
A lot of baggage to carry.
Yeah.
And it means that having a mentor, having the respect of a figure in that way is so extraordinarily important. There was also the loss of her mother.
Yeah.
So it's not even gender specific. It's any person who's going to believe in her.
Did Karen have loss? I didn't notice that. Yeah, her boyfriend,
So
yeah.
I think that relationship with Ben was probably the first time in her life since leaving home that someone believed in her and tried to actually see the future for her and that kind of support, and respected that she wanted to do the right thing, and she made a terrible mistake and let him down in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
And I don't
one
think
more way to
she-
blame herself.
I don't
one
think
more-
she ever will get over that. You know, I think he was such an extraordinarily important person, not just to her, but to New York and to that world. Yeah.
A dying breed.
Yeah.
And that plays out as we move into the surrogate replacement for Ben and Ellison, where he was not the man that Ben was.
There is no replacing
Yeah.
Ben Urich.
And there was the writing was so nuanced to where you expect him to fill those shoes, and,
Yeah.
and Karen looks up to him and kind of
Yes.
okay, what now? Like you had gotten used to having that
Yeah.
relationship, that father figure.
But I think there's
and-
also a fear, right? I mean, I absolutely think that Karen believes that she's cursed, that anyone who gets too close to her is probably going to get hurt. And unlike Matt, who pushes people away because of that, she's still trying to connect, but she just holds on to
Yeah.
that guilt and that, that self-hatred.
There's a passenger in Karen though that's a little child that
Hmm.
wants so badly to be an optimist.
Yeah.
And I think, and you played that so perfectly,
Oh, thanks.
where and you don't say a word. You see it in your eyes and your expression and in your like watching the character process the grief.
Yeah.
And
Well, she wants to save the world. And some of that is because she feels she's made the world a worse place. And so she has to make up for that. She has to fix that. She has to take all of the bad that she's been a part of and, you know, wash it away
Right.
with good. And so if she is the problem, then she very willingly puts herself, her own life at risk if
Right.
she thinks it will protect the innocent, stop the bad guy. And I always enjoyed that for Karen because she's not a superhero, right? She doesn't know martial arts. She was not, you know, blessed with immortality in any
Right.
way, or, you know, she's not bulletproof. She is very, very vulnerable. And yet she walks into Fisk's inner sanctum and says the absolute worst thing you could ever say to him. hoping that she will
Trying
catch
to,
him,
yeah.
you know, killing her on camera and put him away. And that's worth it to her because she has to save the people who are good and she is not good.
Her heart was always in the right place. And I think I will ask you guys this question: if you've ever done the right thing and it has blown up in your face horribly,
Yeah.
right? And that was kind of Karen's experience of doing the right thing.
And it doesn't always work out. That's
Yeah.
so human that we try, and sometimes it doesn't go the way you wanted it to. And I think that that's very relatable. Yeah, even with the best intentions, you fail.
Wow. I think y'all can agree that's one of the most rewatchable series that they've ever had streaming. It's absolutely fantastic. God of War.
Yeah.
Ragnarok.
Get a couple people.
New people. So you checked out. You're out. This is it. You're off the hook. So you went from writing character pages to being, I would say, like the most like stereotypical fantasy character I could ever think of.
Really? You
Where
think
like
Buffet-
the outfit and the
It's
whole
very
and
sword maiden.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very
Absolutely
cool.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's and this was your first experience in motion capture.
My first time doing performance capture work. So I did God of War, the sequel to the sort of new reboot of God of War, which is
Christopher Judge,
oh my
absolutely
God, he's
amazing.
so incredible. I really actually do recommend it, even if you're not a video game player. The story, what they are doing with video games nowadays, it's so in depth. When I first got the job, I went back and I watched like the 20-hour playthroughs on YouTube. I skipped over some of the fighting once I got the idea of that, but even if you just go watch the first 10 minutes of that first God of War movie,
Yeah.
they
yeah.
make 20-hour movie. It's a father-son story, and they're spurred on by the love that they have for his mother, for his, Kratos' wife, and what she asked them to do so that they would become father and son. It's just really very beautiful, the story. And so when I got asked to come and play that role, and I knew that it was going to be a big reveal because she's only mentioned in that first game, and we actually get to meet her in the second. And she's so well written, and it was just a really interesting story because Kratos is such a kind of difficult person to reach, right? And so they were trying to do the impossible, which is write the one person that could reach Kratos. And I think some of it is she had the sense of humor. When he was getting too self-serious and angry, she would kind of say, hey, we have more important things to do. Snap out of it. Who do you think you are? A god? And he would have to kind of come around and chuckle a little. And
Yeah.
I appreciated that resilience in her. And she's so tough in her own right, and we learn a little bit more about her backstory.
Right.
But performance capture is a whole other medium. I mean, I had never done anything like that. And you're in the suit with all
This
the ping
checkered
pong balls.
suit, right?
It's, little
the,
ping pong ball.
the dots everywhere.
You
And
wear
yeah.
a giant camera on your head with a thing that comes around like this, and it gives you like huge nose, fisheye, bowl lens there. But it captures every little twitch of your muscle in your face. And the very first day I went in, you sit in a chair, not like this, but again, cameras in this globe around you. And they ask you to make all these different faces and various stages. So they're like, okay, spread your mouth out as wide as it can go. Go in, 2 millimeters. Oh, we're coming in and out. So they can get movement of your, we'll see if that works better. Every little movement of your facial muscles. That way, when you do it on set, they can match it perfectly. So it really is your performance, down to the little eye movements. But you have this huge thing on, so it's a lot of letting that go and just keying in. And I'm so lucky that my job was just to fall in love with Christopher Judge because
It's not hard to do.
it was not hard to do. We just came in and he's so experienced. He knew exactly what to do. He's been, this was his second game. It takes years to make these games. He's done just hundreds and hundreds of hours of
His
footage
speech at the
capture.
Game Awards show
I know.
was like Oscar worthy
Yes.
in and of itself.
Dad of boy.
Yeah.
Boy,
yeah.
mom of boy. I am mom of boy. But so I learned a lot very quickly that day, and I thought, oh, this will be like black box theater. I'll just get to play and be really free. But the amazing thing about the God of War games is they do them in one take or one camera shot. The camera never cuts. So if you go back and watch, you'll see the camera never cuts. Now it's digital, so they are piecing things together.
Right.
But what that means is they know exactly where that camera has to be every second of their story. So it's actually very, very staged. You have to kneel down on this line, on this word, turn, then the camera's gonna swoop around and you're gonna wait until it can pick you up on this side and you go there. So it's really, really specific. And finding the freedom in that is a whole other kind of challenge, which is why it has to be about that relationship. It has to be about Christopher and Deborah, Kratos and Faye connecting and telling this love story, epic
love it.
love story.
Yeah. Did you? I'm assuming you did grunting,
Oh,
where they
yes.
wanted every little sound.
You go in for like 6 hours, just go. She's like, no, 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 it's a larger log. Jump up, the log is bigger that you're jumping over. Okay, that was a good land, but the landing isn't as hard. Okay. You're just trying to do every little nuance of that. So they have hours of me just making sound effects.
I was told Christopher Sean from he's in General Hospital, but he's the star of Star Wars Resistance, the
okay.
kids'
Yeah,
X-Wing
yeah,
show.
yeah.
And he was like, so just go in and do
Yeah.
so A. So B, and you just do your ABCs and you give them a little bit so that there's a little letter, a little sound. And you're just doing this for like, and Steve Bloom can just go for 2 hours straight, like it's no issue.
Wow.
And it's you see the finished product, and so you
Well,
just assume.
Some of that is because they're filling in like on a fight sequence or something. They just need a lot of stuff that they can put in there.
Right.
For me, like we knew, like okay, this is where you jump over the log.
And so it's all
It was
it's
pretty
the
much
audio.
ready to go. So they knew exactly what they needed from me, but it still took hours of just because they don't know. Maybe they'll make the log smaller. Maybe they'll make it enormous, and so you're just filling in every possibility, hoping that they have enough.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, and that's both. I mean, God of War and God of War Ragnarok just cleaning up awards left and right. So
They're incredible games.
congratulations.
I'm not a big video game player in general, but I did not know really how far that medium has come. It is absolutely, the storytelling is of the same level of anything happening in film, television. Yeah.
All right. So, do we have questions?
Yeah.
All right. So I will bring the microphone to you. And yes, I will shout the question if
You
the
can.
microphone
You'll
doesn't work.
help.
All right. So what's your name?
Hello again.
Hi, yeah, we met. One of the funniest things about God of War Ragnarok was when you called Chris Judge Mr. Grumbles.
Yes.
Did you guys get to rehearse that beforehand or see it in the script, or was that?
Was it ad-libbed? I cannot take credit for Mr. Grumbles, no. But I'll say, when I read it in the script, I said, this is perfect. We need someone in this story that can call Kratos Mr. Grumbles. And it's good that it's Faye. So I loved it in the script, and we were very excited about it when we got to set. And we didn't get to rehearse, but we did the scene a number of times and found, just the right little dig in between the ribs with it.
It was absolutely perfect.
So that was the line already. Because sometimes they'll try 10 or 20 different insults
They do
to
have
see
different
what
kinds.
sticks.
But I think we knew Mr. Grumbles was pretty perfect.
Where are other questions? All right.
Okay.
Everybody else has a chance to think of one while he goes. All right.
Question. Sorry, how you doing? Question. Did you have a problem acting normal working with a person who is a blind actor? You're supposed to be playing a blind person.
Oh,
a
well, no,
great
I mean,
question.
Charlie, did an excellent job in his research, and we had a lot of consultants. My husband is blind, so I have personal experience being the partner to someone who has some visual limitations. So it doesn't throw me necessarily in that way. And I think in some ways, having that experience in my real life meant that there were nuances, things that I recognize from my own life that maybe another actor wouldn't have been keyed into in the same way.
Thank you so much.
Sure,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
That's a great question. Where are we going next? All right. Coming over there. making me work today. Yep.
So I guess I would want to know what's on your playlist with all the different streaming providers. If there's something that you're either watching now or want to watch but haven't started benching yet, and then a second part to that, is there anything that you've seen where you would have said, I want to be part of that, or I want to be cast in that,
Cool.
like a dream project that's already been.
There it goes out again. But
Yep. Sorry. Yeah, I think I got most of it. So actually, my husband and I right now, we are watching all of the Academy Award nominees from the 1970s. So the 50 movies nominated through the 1970s, and it's interesting because some of them are like some of the greatest movies ever made, and then other ones I'm like, this is nominated for. I think this does not. And then I can think of other movies within that same year that didn't get the nod, right? So we're working on a snub list as well, a 1970s snub list. But I do recommend that because it's just really interesting to go back and see, you know, because our arts are like archaeology, right? We can watch what we make throughout the years and see, you know, what culture was paying attention to, what we weren't paying attention to. Yeah, it can be fascinating in that way. So we're doing that at the time. That's been a fun one. And then I have that terrible actor thing where when you watch things, I just kind of go like, I'd rather be in it than watch it. It's really more fun to act once you start doing it than it is to watch other people act. So I'm kind of terrible that way, and I want to be in everything. But yeah, that's it.
so the answer is, do you find projects you want to be in?
Yeah,
And the answer is
like
yes.
basically all of them.
Everything. Do you watch, you know, going back to these
Yeah.
classics, do you play out how you would have portrayed a character differently? Do you borrow from these classic films and as an actor and take from someone else's
Yeah.
performance?
I mean, a little bit of both. A little bit of like, because sometimes I am inspired by the choices, and sometimes I go like, ooh, if that were me, I might have fought back on that a little bit, or I might have asked for something more or something a little different, but it's also a different time, and I don't know how much power that person felt they
Sure.
had in that moment to do that. But you know, I'm a big believer that as an actor, you are an artist and an equal collaborator. And again, it's very easy to fall into this space of saying, oh, I'm here to serve a director, or I'm here to serve a writer, or even here to serve a story. But you get to bring yourself to the work in the same way that any of those other artistic professionals do. And you shouldn't sell yourself short, right? We keep doing these great, like, because I come from theater, so we keep doing these great stories over and over again, not because we haven't yet solved them and found the perfect performance, but it's because each person brings their specific experience and story to that role, and it becomes something new and interesting and speaks to a different person in a more unique way. So yeah, so I get excited just to see, like, you know, that actor's interpretation of this role is perfect for them because that's the story they're telling. And I would have told the story that was right for me through the lens of that character.
Who is your dream scene partner?
Oh, boy.
We can omit this one from the live stream. So that yeah.
No,
Off the
that's
record.
okay.
No.
My dream scene partner is an actor called Mark Rylance. He's mostly a stage actor. He was the artistic director at the Globe in London, and when I was studying there, I saw him in a dozen things over the years. But he's just an incredible performer, especially on stage. But he's done a lot of film. You may know him. He works with Spielberg sometimes. But he's kind of my dream, my dream scene partner at this point.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
You got a question?
Go ahead.
Do you have, I'm sorry, do you have any interest in directing?
Not really. I like coaching and working with actors and helping, you know, together to deepen story. But directors there's so much more to that job than just working with actors, and I don't care enough. I am a detail-oriented, specific person. I can get really excited about, like, what kind of purse does Karen Page carry? I don't really care about, like, the overall arcing, you know, aesthetical colored, like, oh my goodness. So yeah, I would make a terrible director, I think.
Have you had those conversations where you're explaining, like, Karen's purse has 10 years of receipts and
Yes.
going
So
through
I
the
heard that.
nuance?
They always give you an empty purse. And they're like, we'll stuff it with, tissue paper. And I'm like, no.
This is not authentic.
This is, but like Karen would have this kind of pen because it's archival ink and you got to make sure, because if your stuff gets wet, then you're going to lose the story, like it's important. And unfortunately, that means I end up being kind of a proppy person because I have my bag full of actual things that a person would need. But it's been great because a number of times in a scene, I've found like, oh, I have nothing to do in this moment. I think Karen might like take out a tissue, and I can do that.
Are you explaining this to a director and they're like,
No,
okay.
I just do it. And if they tell me it's distracting, I stop. But usually it gets to stay.
I think that's the D&D player in you, where you have an entire backstory for Karen's purse.
Yes,
it was,
and.
Yeah. I saw your hand up.
If you're not going to be back in the MCU, and I don't know that you aren't, I know.
I hope so.
Oh, I hope so, but I don't know. If you're not going to be back in the MCU, any thoughts on DC? Any character you'd like to play?
I don't know. Do they let us do that? Am I allowed to cross the streams? I feel like that would be very dangerous. I feel
Worked
like
for James Gunn.
Yeah, there's a few people who can do it, but I don't know that I'm one of those lucky few. I don't know about DC. This was so cool to be a part of this series, and I think it was such a unique little corner of the MCU that felt really special, and so I'm really happy with what I've had, and there's no plans for me so far on either side of the comic book universe, but but I'm so grateful for the experience that I had.
When I was researching your biography, I stumbled upon a Reddit, and the entire community has fan cast you as Mara Jade, and I think that is probably. I mean, I can't think of a better compliment than that, right? Right.
Cool. I'll take
That's
it.
aside from Thrawn, probably the biggest fan favorite character.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I never did this before, but so Karen knows Frank and Matt. What relationship would Karen have to pick between Frank Castle and Matt?
Boy, I get asked that question quite often. I will always say, Matt Murdock saved Karen's life at a time when she desperately needed someone to believe her and think better of her than the world did. And I think the kind of the love that came out of that selfless act that he made is pretty enduring. I think that Frank, there's a deep love there as well, and they probably understand each other a bit more intuitively. But yeah, I think if Karen ever got the chance, Matt would probably be the person she'd want to spend the rest of her life with, in my opinion.
Aww.
Lots of people have other opinions, but that's my personal opinion.
I love it. All right. Any last questions? We got room for maybe one more. It would be a guy in the back row. That would not happen to me at all.
It's probably a D&D
You couldn't
question,
even
which
sit
makes me
one row
excited.
forward. All right.
What has been your favorite campaign to run?
Okay. Hold
That's
on.
a great question.
So obviously, yes, we're gonna get comfortable. You don't need to talk to Charlie and Vincent. They're fine. Whatever. Okay. No. So the Relics and Rarities, the show that I did, is probably my favorite kind of homebrew world that I created. But I did a 3-year. I ran Storm King's Thunder, which is a published adventure, and I had a lot of fun doing that. If you are into just high, adventure fantasy kind of space, I do recommend that. The starter set Lost Mines of Fendelver is a really great starter set. So if you don't play D&D and you are interested, you should play D&D. All of you should play D&D. I'm telling you now. And that's a really good place to start. Even if you've never run a game before, it's really helps sort of lay out how to play. Wizards is not paying me. I am just that big a nerd.
Yes.
But yeah, I'd say Storm King of the published adventures is one of my favorite campaigns.
I will say that when Michael Havens told us that you were announced, he said that the social media response was just out of this world. Thank
Aw.
you so much for
Thank
coming
you
out
for
and
having
talking to
me.
us.
It was so great to see you all. Thank you.
Where can they find you in the hall to come and buy an autograph and get a photo?
Oh yeah, in that I don't know the main
In the main autograph hall.
area hall. I don't know.
All right, tell them, Mister, you're here tomorrow as well.
I just got here.
You're here today and tomorrow.
I'm here today, tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow. So
I'm
do not
around.
miss Deborah Ann Wall, everybody. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Matthew C. Egan and Deborah Ann Wool. Stick around, folks. We have an exclusive ICCC only interview coming up next. This will not be broadcast to the live stream. It's only for you guys here. So it's very exciting. We have Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio here to talk all things Daredevil and beyond. So stick around. We'll see you real soon. Hello, ICCC. This is David Longwater, your master of ceremonies. Just checking back in. I want to say a very heartfelt so long to the folks at home watching on the live stream. Unfortunately, our day is over for you. The folks here, we have a couple more special panels for you. Unfortunately, we can't stream to the world. So you guys in this room, you get to see all of the content to yourselves. So sorry to the folks at home, but we will see you tomorrow bright and early. The first panel is at 12 noon Central Time. For those across the country and across the world, we are broadcasting in Central Time at 12 noon tomorrow. Goodbye, YouTube.